Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's legendary tales. Chapter 1. The Spirit Realm's Daughter. In the ancient forests of Ionia, where the veil between the material and spirit realms grows gossamer thin, there dwells a creature caught between two worlds. Tonight, as shadows dance beyond our firelight and the wind whispers secrets through distant trees, let us explore the story of Ari, the nine-tailed fox, a being whose quest to understand humanity has become one of the most poignant tales in all of Runeterra. Picture, if you will, the pristine wilderness of ancient Ionia, long before the scars of war would mar its sacred groves. Here, in forests where cherry blossoms never ceased their gentle fall, and streams sang with voices older than memory, magic flowed as naturally as morning mist. The very air shimmered with spiritual energy, and creatures of myth and legend walked paths lit by eternal moonbeams. It was in this realm of wonder that a small fox spirit first opened eyes that gleamed with an intelligence far beyond her humble form. Ari's earliest memories were not of den or pack, but of something far more ephemeral, the taste of emotions carried on the wind. Even as a kit, she possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to the feelings of others, able to perceive the joy of lovers meeting beneath flowering branches, the sorrow of mothers mourning lost children, the fierce determination of warriors preparing for battle. These emotions called to her like distant music, filling her with a hunger she could not yet understand. The forests of Ionia have always been home to countless spirits, each drawn to different aspects of the natural world. Some found kinship with the ancient oaks, their consciousness intertwined with rings of growth spanning centuries. Others danced with the streams, their essence flowing eternally toward distant seas. But Ari was different. While her fox spirit kindred were content to hunt mice and sleep in sun-dappled clearings, she found herself inexorably drawn to the scattered settlements where humans dwelt. From the safety of forest shadows, young Ari would watch these strange, short-lived creatures with growing fascination. She observed their rituals of courtship and celebration, their moments of triumph and despair. Unlike the steady, cyclical emotions of her forest home, the contentment of well-fed deer, the simple territorial disputes of squirrels, human feelings burned with an intensity that took her breath away. Their emotions were complex, layered, often contradictory. A mother's love could contain both fierce protectiveness and deep worry. A warrior's courage could harbor secret fear. A scholar's wisdom could mask profound loneliness. It was during one of her silent vigils that Ari first discovered her unusual gift. A young human woman sat weeping beside a forest stream, mourning a love lost to the cruel necessities of arranged marriage. The woman's grief was so pure, so crystalline in its anguish, that something awakened within the watching fox spirit. Without conscious thought, Ari found herself approaching, her small form shimmering as if caught between states of being. The woman looked up, startled, as the fox emerged from the undergrowth, but instead of fleeing, she seemed entranced by the creature's luminous eyes. Those eyes, Ari would later learn, held depths that seemed to reflect the very soul of whoever gazed into them. As the woman stared, Ari felt something new stirring within her own spirit, a pulling sensation, as if invisible threads connected her heart to the human's grief. What happened next would change the course of Ari's existence forever. The woman's sorrow seemed to flow into the fox spirit like water into a vessel, bringing with it not just the emotion itself, but fragments of memory Ari experienced, as if they were her own. The woman's first meeting with her beloved, the stolen kisses beneath moonlit eaves, the devastating moment when duty demanded their separation. For a brief, shining instant, Ari felt what it meant to love with a human heart. The woman's grief lessened as the emotion passed into Ari, leaving behind a strange, hollow peace. She smiled softly at the fox, whispered a word of thanks to the forest spirits, and departed with lighter steps. But Ari remained by the stream, trembling with the aftershock of what she had experienced. The taste of human emotion was unlike anything in her world, rich, complex, nourishing in a way that ordinary food could never be. As seasons turned and Ari grew from kit to adolescent fox, she found herself seeking out more such encounters. She learned to recognize the signs of deep emotion in humans, the slumped shoulders of despair, the bright eyes of new love, the clenched fists of rage. Each feeding brought new understanding, new glimpses into the intricate tapestry of human experience. Through consumed memories, she lived 1,000 different lives, those of farmers and poets, soldiers and healers, parents and children. Yet with each feeding came troubling changes. Ari began to grow additional tales, each one a mark of her increasing power and her growing distance from her original nature. Her fox form became more ethereal, less bound by the simple laws that governed ordinary animals. She could move with supernatural grace, her steps leaving trails of mystical energy. Her very presence began to affect the emotions of those around her, drawing them like moths to a flame. More disturbing still were the changes in her prey. The humans she fed upon were left not just emotionally drained, but somehow diminished. Their memories became hazy, their capacity for deep feeling reduced. Some forgot entirely the experiences that had once brought them the greatest joy or sorrow. Ari began to understand that her gift came with a terrible price, not just for herself, but for those who sustained her. As her power grew, so did her ability to take more than just emotions. She learned that intense trauma or ecstasy could provide deeper nourishment, allowing her to absorb not just feelings but the very essence of what made humans human. It was during one such feeding, as she drained the life from a young artist whose passionate creativity had called to her like a beacon, that Ari first began to question what she was becoming. The artist had been painting in a moonlit grove, his canvas capturing the dance of cherry blossoms in the wind. His absorption in his work, his pure connection to beauty and creation, had been irresistible to the fox spirit. But as his essence flowed into her, as his memories of color and form and inspiration became part of her own consciousness, Ari saw in his dying eyes not just fear, but a profound sadness, not for his own fate, but for the beauty he would never create. For the first time in her existence, Ari felt something that would become increasingly familiar: guilt. The emotion was foreign to her fox nature, which knew only instinct and survival. Yet through all the human memories she had consumed, she had learned to recognize it, and now she experienced it firsthand. She had not simply taken food, she had destroyed something irreplaceable, something that made the world more beautiful. Standing over the artist's still form, 9 tails now flowing behind her like wisps of silver flame, Ari made a discovery that would shape the rest of her long existence. Among all the emotions she had tasted, among all the human experiences she had absorbed, there was something missing, something she hungered for more than any mere feeling or memory. She wanted to understand what it meant to create rather than merely consume, to build rather than simply take, to love without destroying. In that moment of revelation, as cherry blossoms continued their eternal fall around the silent grove, Ari began to comprehend the true nature of her quest. She was not simply a predator who had learned to appreciate her prey. She was a being caught between worlds, possessing the power to experience humanity's greatest gifts, but lacking the essential spark that would make such experiences truly her own. The spirit realm that had given her birth was a place of ancient wisdom and timeless beauty, but it was also a realm of stasis, where change came slowly and growth was measured in centuries. The human world, by contrast, blazed with possibility and transformation, where a single lifetime could contain universes of experience. Ari found herself yearning, not just to observe this remarkable phenomenon, but to participate in it fully. As dawn broke over the sacred groves of Ionia, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Ari made a choice that would define her future. She would no longer be content to remain a predator lurking at the edges of human experience. She would find a way to bridge the gap between her spirit nature and human essence, to become something new, not quite fox, not quite human, but perhaps something that could truly understand both worlds. The path ahead would be long and fraught with moral complexities she was only beginning to comprehend. She would struggle with her predatory nature, fight against the hunger that drove her to consume what she most wished to protect, and grapple with questions of identity that had no easy answers. But in that moment of decision, surrounded by the eternal beauty of Ionia's magical forests, Ari took the first step on a journey that would transform her from a simple spirit into something far more complex and ultimately more human. As our tale of the nine-tailed fox begins to unfold, perhaps you might wonder, what drives us to seek transformation, even when the cost of change might be the very thing that makes us who we are? Chapter 2. The Taste of Memory. In the moonlit groves where spirits dance between shadow and substance, knowledge comes with a price that few dare to pay. Tonight, as we delve deeper into Ari's transformation, let us explore how the consumption of human essence became both her greatest gift and her most terrible burden, a power that would teach her the true complexity of mortal existence, while binding her to an increasingly conflicted nature. The seasons following Ari's first conscious feeding brought revelations that reshaped her understanding of both herself and the world around her. No longer content to simply absorb the surface emotions that drifted through the forest like morning mist, she began to hunger for something deeper, the very essence of human experience itself. Each encounter taught her new lessons about the intricate tapestry of mortal life, but with every feeding came a growing awareness of what she was truly taking from those who sustained her. Memory, Ari discovered, was not the simple repository of facts and images she had initially believed. Human memories were living things, woven through with emotion, colored by perspective, and shaped by the unique consciousness that had created them. When she consumed the essence of a traveling merchant, she didn't merely learn the routes between distant cities, she experienced the ache in his feet from countless miles walked, the pride he felt in providing for his family, the loneliness of nights spent beneath unfamiliar stars. Through the memories of a village healer, Ari lived moments of triumph as infections were conquered and lives saved, but also the devastating weight of failure when her skills proved insufficient. She felt the healer's hands shake as she held a dying child, experienced the woman's prayers to spirits who sometimes answered and sometimes remained silent. These borrowed experiences taught Ari that human emotions were rarely pure. Joy was often tinged with sorrow, love shadowed by fear of loss, hope balanced precariously against despair. As her understanding deepened, so did her ability to discern the subtle flavors of different human experiences. The memories of warriors carried the sharp tang of adrenaline and the metallic taste of blood, mixed with pride and duty fulfilled and terror carefully suppressed. Artists' memories sparkled with colors that had no names in the fox tongue, emotions that could only be expressed through pigment and melody, and the careful shaping of stone. Scholars' thoughts carried the satisfaction of puzzles solved and mysteries unraveled, but also the frustration of questions that had no answers. Perhaps most intoxicating were the memories of love in its countless forms. Through consumed essence, Ari experienced the fierce protectiveness of parents for their children, the comfortable companionship of lifelong friends, the burning passion of new lovers discovering each other's souls. She learned that humans could love ideas as deeply as people, could feel genuine affection for pets and places, could even love abstractions like justice or beauty, with an intensity that shaped their entire lives. Yet with each feeding, Ari became increasingly aware of the cost her sustenance demanded. The humans she consumed were left diminished in ways that went far beyond simple fatigue. Their capacity for deep emotion was reduced, their memories becoming hazy and incomplete. Some forgot the very experiences that had defined them. Lovers who could no longer recall their first kiss, mothers who lost the vivid recollection of their children's births, artisans whose hands remembered their craft, but whose hearts had forgotten why it mattered. The changes in herself were equally troubling. Ari's fox form began to shift and blur, becoming more ethereal with each feeding. Her additional tails manifested not as simple marks of power, but as repositories for the consumed essences, each one holding fragments of the lives she had absorbed. When she moved through the forest, shadows of human memory followed in her wake, ghostly impressions of the experiences that now formed part of her own consciousness. More disturbing still was her growing ability to manipulate the emotions of those around her. What had once been a passive absorption of feelings became an active influence. Humans who met her gaze found their emotions shifting, drawn toward whatever state would make them most vulnerable to her hunger. She could inspire sudden passion in the lonely, deepen existing sorrows in the grieving, or kindle rage in those already angry. This power frightened her, for it suggested that her nature was becoming fundamentally predatory in ways she had never intended. The village of Wheel, nestled in a valley where 3 rivers converged, became Ari's inadvertent laboratory for understanding these new abilities. The settlement was large enough to provide varied emotional sustenance, yet small enough that she could observe the long-term effects of her feeding. She established herself in the surrounding forests, appearing to villagers as a mysterious fox spirit who emerged from the woods during times of intense emotion. Through careful observation, Ari learned to read the subtle signs that indicated when a human would provide the richest nourishment. Recent trauma created deep wells of accessible emotion, while profound joy generated essences that sparkled with vitality. Artists in the throes of creation, lovers in the first blush of passion, warriors facing mortal danger, all carried essences that sang to her supernatural senses with irresistible allure. She developed techniques for approaching her prey without alarming them, using her growing understanding of human psychology to present herself as whatever they most needed to see. To the grieving, she appeared as a comforting presence. To the lonely, she seemed like understanding companionship. To those seeking purpose, she manifested as a guide toward meaning. Each encounter was carefully orchestrated to create the maximum emotional intensity before she fed. Yet, as her skills grew more sophisticated, so did her guilt. Ari began to truly comprehend what she was stealing from those who sustained her. The merchant whose memories she consumed forgot why he had chosen his profession, continuing to travel the trade routes out of habit rather than passion. The healer whose essence she absorbed lost her intuitive understanding of her patient's needs, becoming competent but mechanical in her treatments. The artist whose creativity she devoured could still paint, but his works became technically proficient yet emotionally hollow. The weight of these realizations came to a head during the Festival of Returning Spirits, when Wheel celebrated the annual thinning of the barrier between the material and spirit realms. The entire village gathered in the central grove, sharing stories of their ancestors and offering prayers for guidance from beyond. The collective emotional energy was intoxicating to Ari's heightened senses, a symphony of hope, reverence, love, and loss that called to her like nothing she had ever experienced. Hidden at the edge of the celebration, Ari watched as villagers laid flowers on ancestral shrines and lit candles in memory of the departed. She saw children learning about relatives they had never met, young parents imagining the legacy they hoped to leave their own offspring, elderly villagers preparing for their own eventual transition to the spirit realm. The beauty of their shared humanity, their connection across generations, and their humble acceptance of mortality moved her in ways she was only beginning to understand. It was then that she noticed Kavi, a young storyteller whose tales of heroic ancestors had captivated the gathering. His passion for the old stories, His ability to bring the past to life through voice and gesture created an essence that gleamed like starlight to Ari's supernatural perception. She found herself drawn forward, her fox form shimmering as she prepared to feed on what promised to be the richest emotional sustenance she had ever encountered. But as she approached, Ari caught sight of Kavi's face in the firelight. His expression held not just the passion of performance, but genuine love for his people's history and deep respect for the ancestors whose stories he preserved. She realized that consuming his essence would not simply diminish his storytelling ability, it would sever his connection to the very heritage that gave his life meaning. The village would lose not just a talented performer, but a keeper of their collective memory. For the first time in her existence, Ari actively resisted her hunger. The effort was excruciating, like trying to resist breathing or stop her heart from beating. Every instinct screamed at her to feed, to take what she needed to survive and grow stronger. But another part of her, a part that had grown larger with each consumed human memory, recoiled at the thought of destroying something so precious and irreplaceable. She fled from the festival that night, retreating deep into the forest where her anguished cries echoed through the ancient groves. For 3 days and nights, she wrestled with the implications of what she had learned. Her nature demanded that she consume human essence to survive and evolve, yet her growing understanding of humanity made each feeding an act of profound violation. She was caught in a paradox that seemed to have no resolution. The more human she became through her feeding, the less capable she was of continuing to feed without horror. It was during this crisis that Ari first began to dream of transformation, not the gradual accumulation of power that her feeding provided, but a fundamental change that might allow her to experience humanity without destroying it. Through the memories she had consumed, she knew that such transformations were not impossible in a world where magic flowed like rivers and spirits could take material form. But she also understood that any such change would require sacrifices she could barely imagine. As the full moon rose over Ionia's mystical forests, casting silver light through the canopy where Ari lay contemplating her dilemma, she made a decision that would guide her actions for years to come. She would continue to feed, for her nature demanded it, but she would seek ways to minimize the harm she caused. More importantly, she would begin searching for alternatives, ancient magics, forgotten rituals, or powerful artifacts that might offer a path toward the transformation she increasingly craved. The taste of memory had taught Ari that human experience was infinitely more complex and precious than she had ever imagined. Now she faced the challenge of honoring that understanding, while still remaining true to her essential nature. It was a balance that would require all the wisdom she had gained from 1,000 consumed lives, and perhaps more courage than any single being should be asked to bear. As we reflect on Ari's growing awareness of the cost of her gifts, we might ask ourselves, how do we reconcile our deepest needs with our highest values, especially when they seem to demand incompatible choices? Chapter 3. The Garden of Forgetting. Where sorrow meets solace and memory surrenders to mercy, there exists a place both beautiful and terrible in its purpose. Tonight, as we venture deeper into Ari's world, let us explore the sacred grove that became her sanctuary and hunting ground. A garden where humans came to forget their deepest pains, never knowing that their abandoned memories would feed a spirit's growing hunger for humanity itself. Deep within the heart of Ionia's ancient forests, where the oldest trees whispered secrets in languages forgotten by mortals, lay a grove unlike any other in the mystical realm. The locals called it Tol Nara, the Garden of Forgetting, though few remembered how it had earned such a name. Cherry trees bloomed eternally here, their pink petals falling like gentle tears into pools of crystal-clear water that reflected not the present moment, but glimpses of what had been lost. It was to this place that Ari was inevitably drawn, for reasons she would not fully understand until she had claimed it as her own. The garden existed at a convergence of spiritual energy, where the barriers between past and present grew thin as morning mist. Magic pooled here like water in a natural basin, creating an atmosphere where emotions became almost tangible, and memories could take on lives of their own. Ancient Ionians had discovered that intense grief could be eased by spending time in this sacred space, though they never understood exactly why their pain lessened among the eternal blossoms. For Ari, the grove represented both sanctuary and temptation. The concentrated spiritual energy allowed her to sense approaching humans from great distances, feeling their emotional states like ripples in a still pond. More importantly, the grove's natural magic seemed to amplify the intensity of whatever feelings humans brought with them, creating opportunities for feeding that were richer and more sustaining than anything she had previously experienced. She made her first lair in a hollow beneath the grove's central tree, an ancient cherry whose trunk was wider than a small house, and whose roots delved deep into the earth's mystical currents. From this vantage point, she could observe the entire garden while remaining hidden from mortal eyes. The tree itself seemed to approve of her presence, its branches rustling in windless air whenever she returned from her hunts, as if welcoming home a favored child. The humans who found their way to Scythe Hole Nara came bearing burdens too heavy for ordinary comfort to lift. Mothers grieving, lost children, warriors haunted by the faces of enemies they had killed, lovers separated by death or duty. All were drawn to the grove by instincts they could not name. They would sit beside the reflecting pools or beneath the flowering branches, and slowly, almost imperceptibly, their pain would begin to ease. What they never realized was that their anguish was not simply fading. It was being consumed by a fox spirit who had learned to taste sorrow like wine. Through her feeding in the garden, Ari experienced lives of startling variety and depth. She consumed the memories of Kenji, a master swordsmith who had forged weapons that saved heroes, but also enabled villains. Through his essence, she felt the pride of creating something perfectly balanced and beautiful, but also the weight of knowing that his creations had taken lives he would never see. His memories taught her that humans could love their work so deeply that it became inseparable from their identity, yet simultaneously carry guilt for the unintended consequences of their skills. From Yuki, a traveling musician whose love songs had inspired countless romances, Ari absorbed not just melodies, but the profound loneliness of someone who helped others find love while remaining forever apart from it herself. The musician's memories sparkled with joy, witnessed but not experienced, filled with the bittersweet understanding that bringing happiness to others could never quite fill the emptiness within her own heart. Through Yuki's essence, Ari learned that humans could sacrifice their own fulfillment for the sake of others' joy, a concept that challenged everything she thought she understood about survival and self-preservation. Perhaps most profound was her encounter with Elder Tomoka, a village-wise woman who came to the garden not to forget her own pain, but to release memories she had absorbed from others throughout her long life as a counselor and healer. Tomoka's essence contained layers upon layers of borrowed sorrow, decades of other people's grief, that she had taken upon herself in order to ease their suffering. Consuming this accumulated anguish gave Ari her first taste of true empathy, the ability to genuinely feel another's pain as one's own. Through Tomoka's memories, Ari experienced moments of breathtaking human connection. She felt what it meant to hold a crying child and offer comfort with no expectation of reward, to sit with the dying and provide presence rather than false hope, to listen to confessions and respond with understanding rather than judgment. These borrowed experiences began to reshape Ari's understanding of strength, showing her that humans often demonstrated their greatest power not through force or magic, but through their willingness to bear each other's burdens. The garden's magic affected Ari as much as it did her prey. Extended residence inside Hol Nara began to blur the boundaries between her own consciousness and the memories she consumed. Sometimes she would wake from dreams that belonged to long-dead humans, their experiences so vivid that she momentarily forgot her fox nature. She began to understand human customs not as an outside observer, but with the intuitive knowledge that came from having lived them through borrowed memory. More troubling were the moments when the consumed memories seemed to take on lives of their own within her consciousness. Fragments of human experience would surface at unexpected times, causing her to react to situations with emotions that felt foreign yet familiar. She would find herself humming melodies she had never learned, or feeling homesick for places she had never visited. The line between Ari's essential self and the accumulated human experiences she carried was becoming increasingly difficult to define. As seasons passed in the garden, Ari developed what she came to think of as her collection, a vast repository of human experiences organized not by the individuals who had originally lived them, but by the emotions they contained. She could access memories of first love from dozens of different people, comparing how the experience varied based on age, culture, and circumstance. She held memories of loss that ranged from the sudden shock of unexpected death to the slow grief of watching loved ones fade from illness. This collection became both her greatest treasure and her heaviest burden. Each memory was a complete human experience, carrying not just the central emotion, but all the context that surrounded it. The memory of a child's first steps contained not just parental joy, but also the exhaustion of sleepless nights, the anxiety about every stumble, the bittersweet awareness of time's passage. The memory of a soldier's final battle held not just fear and pain, but also pride in duty fulfilled, love for comrades, and hope that his sacrifice would protect those he left behind. Through these accumulated experiences, Ari began to perceive patterns in human behavior that transcended individual circumstances. She saw how love could transform people, making cowards brave and warriors gentle. She observed how loss could either embitter or ennoble, depending on how individuals chose to carry their grief. She witnessed the remarkable human capacity for growth, watching through borrowed memories as people learned to forgive their enemies, overcome their fears, and find meaning in suffering. Yet for all her growing understanding, Ari remained fundamentally apart from the experiences she consumed. She could feel the emotions and access the memories, but she could not truly live them. She was like a scholar studying passion without ever being passionate herself, or a critic analyzing art without ever creating it. The more she learned about humanity, the more she realized how much she was missing by experiencing it only secondhand. This realization came to a head during the summer, when drought threatened the region around Scythol Nara. The garden's reflecting pools began to shrink, and even the eternal cherry blossoms seemed to wilt in the oppressive heat. Desperate villagers made pilgrimages to the grove, hoping its magic might provide some relief or guidance. Their collective desperation created an emotional atmosphere so intense that Ari found herself overwhelmed by the sheer volume of available sustenance. She could have fed continuously during those weeks, gorging herself on the concentrated anguish and fear that filled the garden like a visible presence. Instead, she found herself paralyzed by the magnitude of human suffering she witnessed. Through her collection of memories, she understood exactly what the drought meant to each individual. The farmer who saw his life's work withering in the fields, the mother who watched her children grow thin with hunger, the elder who remembered previous droughts and feared this one might be worse. For the first time since she had begun feeding on human essence, Ari felt not hunger, but a strange kind of nausea. The emotions surrounding her were too raw, too desperate, too genuine in their pain. She realized that her consumption of human experience had given her not just understanding but genuine compassion, and that compassion now made it nearly impossible for her to prey upon those who suffered. As the drought finally broke and healing rains returned to the land, Ari made a discovery that would reshape her relationship with both her nature and her adopted garden. Among the memories she had collected over the years, she found something unexpected, not just experiences of pain and loss, but moments of transcendent joy and creation. She held memories of artists whose work had brought beauty into the world, of teachers whose wisdom had shaped young minds, of healers whose skills had saved countless lives. These positive memories had been overshadowed by the more dramatic emotions that typically drew humans to Scythol Nara, but they were there nonetheless, woven through the tapestry of human experience like golden threads in dark cloth. For the first time, Ari began to understand that consuming human essence had given her access not just to individual memories, but to humanity's collective achievements and aspirations. Standing in her garden, as sunset painted the eternal blossoms in shades of rose and gold, surrounded by the gentle splash of restored waterfalls and the whispered gratitude of recovering plants, Ari felt something new stirring within her consciousness. It was not hunger, though hunger remained, nor was it simply curiosity about human nature. It was something closer to reverence, a deep appreciation for the remarkable complexity and resilience of the creatures who had unknowingly sustained her growth. The Garden of Forgetting had taught Ari that human memory was not simply individual possession, but part of a larger tapestry of shared experience that connected all mortals across time and distance. Through her consumption of their essence, she had become a repository for fragments of this collective human story, carrying within her consciousness echoes of countless lives lived, lessons learned, and dreams pursued. As night fell over the sacred grove, and the first stars appeared between cherry branches heavy with eternal bloom, Ari contemplated the weight of what she carried. She was no longer simply a fox spirit who had learned to feed on human emotion. She had become something like a living library of human experience, holding within her memories more precious than any material treasure. Yet questions remained that even her vast collection of borrowed memories could not answer. What did it mean to truly live an experience rather than simply consume it? Could understanding gained through feeding ever equal wisdom earned through genuine choice and consequence? And most importantly, was it possible for someone who existed by taking from others to ever learn to give something back? As we reflect on the profound collection of human experiences that Ari gathered in her garden sanctuary, we might wonder, what parts of ourselves do we leave behind in the places where we seek comfort, and who might be enriched by the memories we think we've forgotten? Chapter 4. The Human Guise. Between the world of spirits and the realm of mortals lies a threshold few dare to cross, where identity becomes fluid and truth takes on shapes that shift like shadows at twilight. Tonight, as we follow Ari's transformative journey, let us explore her first tentative steps into human form, a metamorphosis that would bring her closer to her dreams, while revealing the profound isolation that comes from living as something you can never truly become. The inspiration for Ari's transformation came from an unexpected source, the memory of a traveling actor named Kenjiro, whose essence she had consumed during one of his performances in a village near her garden sanctuary. Through his borrowed experiences, she had felt the intoxicating rush of becoming someone else entirely, of wearing a different identity like a perfectly fitted garment. Kenjiro's memories contained not just the techniques of performance, but the deeper understanding that all identity was, to some extent, an act of will and imagination. Armed with this insight and driven by her growing desire to experience humanity rather than merely observe it, Ari began her first experiments with physical transformation. The process was neither simple nor comfortable. Her fox nature resisted the change, viewing it as a fundamental violation of her essential self. Each attempt left her exhausted and disoriented, caught between forms in ways that were both physically painful and spiritually disturbing. Her earliest efforts produced only partial transformations, moments when her paws might briefly resemble hands, or when her muzzle would soften into something approaching human features. These incomplete changes were deeply unsettling, creating a form that belonged fully to neither world. She would catch glimpses of herself in the garden's reflecting pools, and see a creature that looked like the stuff of nightmares, neither fox nor human, but something uncomfortably suspended between both states. The breakthrough came during a night of the new moon, when the barriers between different forms of existence were at their thinnest. Drawing upon the accumulated emotional energy stored within her multiple tales, Ari managed to maintain a complete human form for nearly an hour. The experience was revelatory and terrifying in equal measure. She stood upright on legs that felt impossibly long and ungainly, balanced on feet that seemed too small to support her weight. Her hands, when she finally dared to examine them, were delicate and pale, with fingers that moved with unprecedented dexterity. But it was the face that truly shocked her. Looking into the garden's still waters, Ari saw features that were undeniably beautiful by human standards. Large eyes that held depths of wisdom and sorrow, high cheekbones that spoke of exotic heritage, lips that seemed designed for both speaking and kissing. The face was not entirely her own creation. It was a composite drawn from the most striking features of the humans whose essence she had consumed, an unconscious idealization of mortal beauty filtered through her spirit perception. More unsettling than her appearance was the way her senses had changed. Her fox hearing, capable of detecting the heartbeat of a mouse at 50 paces, was reduced to merely excellent human perception. Her sense of smell, once able to track individual emotional states through scent alone, now picked up only the obvious: flowers, water, the green smell of growing things. She felt muffled and diminished, as if experiencing the world through thick wool rather than her usual crystalline clarity. Yet there were compensations. Human hands could manipulate objects with a precision that paws could never achieve. Human vocal cords could produce a range of sounds that fox anatomy made impossible. Most importantly, human form seemed to make her presence less alarming to mortals, allowing her to approach them without triggering the instinctive wariness that her fox shape often inspired. Her first venture into human society came during the Festival of Autumn Winds, when the trading town of Guise swelled with merchants, performers, and pilgrims from across Ionia. Ari spent days preparing for this debut, practicing walking on two legs until the motion felt natural, learning to manipulate her new vocal cords to produce convincing human speech, and studying the social behaviors she had observed through countless consumed memories. She chose to pose as a traveling entertainer, a role that would explain any oddities in her behavior, while allowing her to remain somewhat apart from the close-knit communities that might scrutinize her too carefully. The memories of performers she had consumed provided her with songs, stories, and dances that she could reproduce with supernatural perfection, though she lacked the emotional connection that made such performances truly meaningful. Her debut performance in Guise's central square drew an appreciative crowd. Ari sang ballads of lost love, with a voice that carried undertones of genuine sorrow, danced with grace that seemed to transcend normal human limitations, and told stories with the accumulated wisdom of dozens of consumed storytellers. To the watching humans, she appeared to be simply an exceptionally talented performer with an exotic appearance and mysterious background. But Ari's triumph was shadowed by profound loneliness. Despite being surrounded by appreciative humans, despite successfully maintaining her disguise, she felt more isolated than she ever had in her fox form. The applause and admiration felt hollow because they were directed at an illusion rather than her true self. The connections she made were superficial, built on deception, and maintained through careful performance rather than genuine understanding. More troubling was her relationship with her own nature during these human interludes. Maintaining the transformation required constant concentration and significant expenditure of spiritual energy. After several hours in human form, she would begin to feel a deep exhaustion that went beyond mere physical fatigue. Her tails, usually visible as extensions of her spiritual essence, became compressed and hidden, creating internal pressure that was sometimes nearly unbearable. The hunger that drove her feeding became more complex when she wore human form. She could still sense the emotional states of those around her, but the ability was muted and required conscious effort to access. More critically, feeding while in human guise created different challenges. She had to find ways to create the necessary emotional intensity and physical contact without revealing her supernatural nature, a delicate dance that required all her accumulated knowledge of human psychology. During her time in Guise, Ari developed techniques for feeding that took advantage of her human appearance. She would seek out individuals who were already emotionally vulnerable, recent widows, homesick travelers, artists struggling with creative blocks, and offer comfort that gradually became something more intimate. Her supernatural beauty and her unconscious ability to mirror whatever qualities her targets most desired made her irresistible to those she chose to approach. Yet each feeding in human form felt different from her previous experiences. When she consumed the essence of a lonely merchant who had been away from his family for months, she felt not just his longing for home, but also his guilt at finding comfort with a stranger. The added complexity of human social and moral expectations colored every emotion she absorbed, making her increasingly aware of the web of obligations and relationships that shaped mortal existence. It was during one such encounter that Ari first experienced something that would fundamentally change her understanding of her quest for humanity. She had approached a young scholar named Hiroshi, who was traveling to distant libraries in search of knowledge about ancient magical practices. His intellectual passion created exactly the kind of intense emotional energy that Ari found most nourishing, and his loneliness made him vulnerable to her approaches. But, as she prepared to feed, something unexpected happened. Hiroshi began speaking about his research into the nature of spiritual transformation, describing ancient texts that spoke of beings who had successfully bridged the gap between different forms of existence. His words sparked recognition in the memories Ari carried, fragments of similar accounts from scholars and mystics she had consumed over the years. For the first time since beginning her transformation experiments, Ari found herself genuinely interested in a conversation, rather than simply using it as a prelude to feeding. She encouraged Hiroshi to share more of his research, asking questions that drew upon her accumulated knowledge, while being careful not to reveal the supernatural origin of her understanding. Their discussion continued through the night, ranging across topics of spiritual philosophy, magical theory, and the fundamental nature of identity itself. As dawn approached, and Ari felt her human form beginning to weaken, she made a decision that surprised even her. Instead of feeding on Hiroshi's essence, she simply thanked him for the conversation and departed, leaving him energized rather than drained. It was the first time she had chosen to forego readily available sustenance, and the experience left her both exhilarated and confused about her own motivations. The encounter with Hiroshi marked a turning point in Ari's relationship with human form. She began to understand that her transformation was not simply about changing her appearance, but about finding ways to genuinely connect with humanity without destroying it. The human guise offered possibilities beyond mere camouflage. It provided a way to interact with mortals as something approaching an equal rather than a predator. Yet the challenges of maintaining her disguise continued to mount. Extended periods in human form left her spiritually exhausted and emotionally unstable. The constant vigilance required to hide her true nature was mentally draining, and she lived in constant fear of discovery. More troubling was the way her human experiences began to affect her fox consciousness, creating desires and needs that her original nature could not satisfy. As the festival of autumn winds drew to a close, and Ari prepared to return to her garden sanctuary, she carried with her new understanding of both the possibilities and limitations of her transformation. Human form had given her unprecedented access to mortal society, and allowed her to experience something approaching genuine human connection, but it had also revealed the vast gulf that still separated her from true humanity, highlighting the loneliness of someone who could mimic human experience without truly belonging to it. Standing at the edge of Guise as travelers departed in all directions, Ari felt the weight of her double existence more keenly than ever before. She was no longer simply a fox spirit who had learned to appreciate human emotion. She was becoming something new and undefined, caught between worlds in ways that brought both revelation and profound isolation. The human guise had taught her that transformation was possible, but it had also shown her that changing one's form was only the beginning of a much deeper journey. True humanity, she was beginning to understand, was not simply a matter of appearance or behavior, but something that arose from genuine connection, shared experience, and the willingness to be vulnerable in ways that her predatory nature made almost impossible. As she shed her human form and felt her fox nature reassert itself, Ari carried with her questions that would shape her future endeavors. Could someone who existed by consuming others ever learn to truly give of themselves? Was it possible to bridge the gap between predator and companion, between observer and participant? and most crucially, what sacrifices would be required to transform not just her body, but her essential nature. As we contemplate Ari's first taste of human society, and the profound loneliness of living as something one can never truly become, we might ask ourselves, how much of our own identity is performance, and what parts of ourselves do we hide even from those closest to us? Chapter 5. The Village of Lost Souls. In the shadows cast by grief, some communities become more than mere collections of dwelling places. They transform into sanctuaries where the wounded gather to heal, or at least to find others who understand their pain. Tonight, as we delve deeper into Ari's evolving understanding of humanity, let us visit Hanasaki, a village where loss had carved away everything superficial, leaving behind only the essential truths of what it means to be human in a world that offers no guarantees save change itself. Hanasaki had not always been a village of the bereaved. Once it had been a prosperous settlement known for its skilled artisans and beautiful gardens, a place where cherry trees bloomed in perfect synchronization, and festivals marked the turning of every season. But war had touched this corner of Ionia with particular cruelty, taking not through single devastating battles but through a slow bleeding of its young people to conflicts that seemed to have no end and little purpose. Ari discovered the village during one of her extended journeys away from her garden sanctuary, drawn by an emotional resonance unlike anything she had previously encountered. The very air around Hanasaki seemed thick with accumulated sorrow, but it was not the sharp, immediate pain that usually called to her supernatural senses. Instead, this was grief that had been processed and integrated, transformed from raw wound into something deeper and more complex, a collective understanding of loss that had paradoxically become a source of strength. She approached the village in human form, having grown more comfortable with the transformation through practice, though maintaining it still required considerable effort. Her appearance as a beautiful stranger would normally have attracted attention in such a small community, but the residents of Hanasaki had learned to focus on essentials rather than surface details. They welcomed her with the careful courtesy reserved for fellow travelers in the realm of loss, asking no questions about her origins or destination. The woman who offered Ari lodging was named Emiko, a widow whose husband had fallen in one of the border conflicts that periodically flared between Ionia and Noxus. Her house was simple, but immaculately maintained, every surface speaking of someone who found purpose in the careful preservation of order amid chaos. What struck Ari most profoundly was not Emiko's sadness. She had felt that emotion countless times in her feeding, but the way that sadness had been woven into a larger tapestry of continued living. "We measure time differently here," Emiko explained as she served tea in cups that had clearly been part of a larger set, now reduced by loss or necessity. "Before and after become less important than during. The time we have with those we love, however brief it might be." Her words carried weight that came not from consumed memories, but from lived experience, a distinction that Ari was only beginning to appreciate. Through careful observation and tentative interaction, Ari learned that Hanasaki had developed its own unique culture around the concept of meaningful loss. The villagers did not try to forget their departed loved ones, or move past their grief in the conventional sense. Instead, they had created ways to honor their dead that made loss an active part of continued living, rather than simply an absence to be endured. The village maintained a garden where each family tended plants that had been favorites of their lost members. Ari watched elderly parents caring for the bright flowers their children had loved, widows nurturing herbs their husbands had used in cooking, siblings maintaining fruit trees that would never again be climbed by small hands. The garden was not a place of mourning but of connection, where the dead remained present through the living beauty they had once cherished. More fascinating to Ari was the village's approach to storytelling. Rather than avoiding mention of the departed, the residents of Hanasaki had developed elaborate traditions of remembrance that kept their loved ones alive in communal memory. Every evening, families would gather to share stories not just of the dead, but of how their teachings and examples continued to influence daily decisions. Children learned about relatives they had never met through tales that emphasized character and values rather than mere accomplishment. These storytelling sessions provided Ari with opportunities to observe human emotion in its most refined form. The grief present in these gatherings was deep and genuine, but it was tempered by love, gratitude, and a fierce determination to ensure that no life would be forgotten or wasted. She found herself drawn to these circles not as a predator seeking sustenance, but as a student trying to understand something that transcended her supernatural nature. It was during one such evening that Ari met Kenji, a craftsman whose 3 sons had all died in different conflicts spanning more than a decade. By rights, such accumulated loss should have broken him. Yet he remained one of the village's most vital and creative residents. His workshop was filled with beautiful objects that served no practical purpose beyond bringing joy to those who saw them. Wooden birds that seemed ready to take flight, intricate puzzles that challenged the mind while delighting the eye, sculptures that captured moments of tenderness between parent and child. "I make these things," Kenji explained when Ari asked about his work, "because my boys always loved to see beauty created from simple materials. When I carve, I feel their excitement as if they were still standing beside my workbench, asking questions and getting in the way." His hands moved as he spoke, shaping wood with unconscious skill that spoke of decades of practice, motivated by love rather than mere profession. Through Kenji, Ari began to understand something crucial about human resilience. The man's grief was not diminished by time or philosophy. She could sense its depth when her supernatural perception touched his emotional state. But that grief existed alongside joy, creativity, and hope in ways that seemed impossible from her fox spirit perspective. Humans, she realized, possessed an extraordinary capacity to hold contradictory emotions simultaneously, finding strength in the very complexity that might paralyze simpler forms of consciousness. Her growing fascination with the village's approach to loss led Ari to extend her stay far beyond what she had originally planned. She began participating in daily life, helping with harvest work, learning crafts from the skilled artisans, and gradually earning the trust of residents who had initially been politely cautious around the beautiful stranger. For the first time since beginning her experiments with human form, she found herself valued for contributions rather than simply tolerated as an outsider. The work was revelatory in ways she had not anticipated. Physical labor in human form required different rhythms than her fox nature, demanding sustained effort rather than the bursts of supernatural energy she was accustomed to. Her hands, soft from their recent creation, developed calluses from tool use. Her back ached from hours spent bent over harvest baskets. Yet these minor discomforts brought with them a sense of participation that she had never experienced through mere observation or feeding. More profound was her growing emotional investment in the village's well-being. When autumn rains threatened the late harvest, Ari found herself genuinely worried about the food stores that would sustain the community through winter. Tanaka fell ill. She felt concern that had nothing to do with the woman's potential as prey, and everything to do with her value as a person whose stories and wisdom enriched everyone around her. These new emotions confused and sometimes frightened Ari. Her fox nature understood territory, pack hierarchy, and the simple drives of survival and reproduction. But the complex web of caring and responsibility that bound the humans of Hanasaki was something entirely foreign to her original consciousness. She was experiencing empathy, not as an intellectual understanding gained through consumed memories, but as a lived reality that influenced her choices and priorities. The crisis that would define her relationship with Hanasaki came during the Festival of Remembrance, when the entire village gathered to honor all those who had been lost over the years. The ceremony involved lighting lanterns that would be released into the night sky, each one carrying the name of someone who had died, and a message from those who continued to love them. The collective emotional energy generated by hundreds of people, simultaneously confronting their deepest losses, created an atmosphere that called to Ari's predatory instincts like nothing she had ever experienced. Standing in the village square surrounded by grieving families, feeling the waves of processed sorrow and transformed love washing over her supernatural senses. Ari faced the greatest temptation of her long existence. The emotional feast available to her was beyond anything she had previously encountered, pure, refined human feeling, concentrated, and offered up in ways that would make feeding effortless and incredibly satisfying. She could have consumed enough essence to sustain herself for months, while barely diminishing the emotional intensity of the moment. Yet, as she prepared to feed, something stopped her. Looking around at the faces illuminated by lantern light, Ari saw not potential prey, but individuals she had come to know and value. Emiko, whose quiet strength had taught her about dignity and loss. Kenji, whose creative spirit had shown her that beauty could emerge from the deepest pain. Mrs. Tanaka, whose stories connected past and present in ways that made both more meaningful. For the first time in her existence, Ari's empathy proved stronger than her hunger. The realization was both exhilarating and terrifying. She had discovered within herself the capacity to choose connection over consumption, relationship over sustenance. But this choice came with profound implications for her survival and her nature as a spirit being. Could she continue to exist without regular feeding? Was it possible to transform so fundamentally that her basic needs would change along with her consciousness? As the lanterns rose into the star-filled sky like ascending prayers, carrying with them the accumulated love and loss of an entire community, Ari made a decision that would reshape her understanding of what it meant to be human. She would not feed in Hanasaki. More than that, she would begin actively seeking ways to give rather than take, to contribute to human flourishing rather than simply consuming it. The choice was not without cost. Over the following days, Ari felt her spiritual energy beginning to wane as she maintained human form without the sustenance that had previously sustained her transformations. She grew weak in ways that went beyond mere physical fatigue, as if the very essence that made her a supernatural being was slowly leaking away. Yet she persisted, driven by a new understanding of what she was trying to become. It was during this period of voluntary starvation that Ari experienced her first genuine moment of human connection. Emiko, noticing her growing pallor and obvious distress, sat with her one evening and simply talked, not about anything profound or meaningful, but about small daily concerns and observations. The conversation had no purpose beyond companionship, no goal except the simple human need to connect with another consciousness. As they spoke, Ari felt something she had never experienced through all her feeding and transformation, the genuine warmth of being valued for herself, rather than for what she could provide or represent. Emiko's friendship was offered freely, without expectation or agenda, motivated by nothing more than the human instinct to care for those who seemed to need caring. It was, Ari realized, the first truly selfless emotion she had ever been offered, and receiving it taught her more about humanity than all the memories she had ever consumed. The village of lost souls had given Ari something no amount of feeding could provide, a glimpse of what it meant to be part of a community based on mutual support rather than predation. She had learned that humans could transform even their deepest losses into sources of connection and meaning, that grief shared could become a foundation for joy rather than simply a burden to be endured. As she finally prepared to leave Hanasaki, knowing that her weakened state required her to seek sustenance elsewhere, Ari carried with her new questions that would guide her future choices. If humans could transform loss into love and pain into purpose, what transformations might be possible for a spirit willing to sacrifice her predatory nature? Could empathy learned through experience prove more powerful than instinct inherited through creation? Standing at the village edge, as morning light painted the memorial garden in shades of gold and rose, watching the people she had come to love beginning another day of choosing life over loss, Ari understood that her quest for humanity had evolved beyond simple transformation of form. She was seeking something far more fundamental, the ability to love without destroying, to connect without consuming, to become someone worthy of the friendship that had been so freely offered. As we reflect on Ari's discovery of genuine human community, and the profound choice between connection and consumption, we might ask ourselves, what are we willing to sacrifice to become the people we most want to be? And how do we transform our deepest losses into sources of strength for others? Chapter 6. Memories of Love. Among all the emotions that flow through mortal hearts, none burns brighter or cuts deeper than love in its myriad forms. Yet for one who knows it only through borrowed memory, such feelings become both treasure and torment. Tonight, as we explore Ari's most intimate awakening, let us witness how the accumulated experiences of 1,000 hearts taught her the true meaning of connection, while revealing the profound ache of understanding love without ever truly being loved in return. The memories began as fragments scattered throughout Ari's accumulated consciousness like pressed flowers in an ancient tome. A merchant's tender thoughts of his wife during long journeys, a mother's fierce protectiveness as she watched her child take first steps, a warrior's devotion to comrades who had become closer than blood. These emotional echoes had always been present in her collection of human experiences, but it was only after her transformative time in Hanasaki that Ari began to truly comprehend their significance. Love, she discovered, was not a single emotion but an entire spectrum of feeling that colored every other human experience. Through the memories of Yuki, the traveling musician whose essence she had consumed years earlier, Ari felt the bittersweet ache of unrequited love, the way a heart could break and heal simultaneously while watching someone else's happiness from afar. Yuki's memories carried the weight of countless songs written for lovers who would never know they had been the inspiration, melodies born from longing that could never be fulfilled. But it was through the memories of Hiroko, a court artist whose passionate love affair had ended in tragedy, that Ari first experienced the full intensity of romantic devotion. Hiroko's essence had been rich with the memory of a love that had burned bright and brief, consuming everything in its path before being extinguished by political necessity and social convention. Through these borrowed experiences, Ari felt what it meant to love someone so completely that their joy became more important than your own survival. The memory that haunted her most belonged to a single moment when Hiroko had watched her beloved preparing for his arranged marriage to another. The artist's heart had broken that day, yet alongside the devastating pain was something extraordinary, a love so pure that it could find happiness in the beloved's contentment, even when that contentment excluded her entirely. The nobility of that sacrifice, the ability to love without possessing, challenged everything. Ari thought she understood about desire and attachment. Through accumulated memories, Ari experienced love's progression from initial attraction to deep commitment. She felt the nervous excitement of first meetings, when every glance carried the weight of possibility, and every word was measured for hidden meaning. She knew the comfortable intimacy of long partnerships, where love expressed itself through small gestures of care and understanding, rather than grand romantic declarations. She understood the profound grief of loss, when love persisted beyond the physical presence of its object, becoming memory transformed into eternal devotion. Perhaps most revelatory were the memories of parental love, which showed Ari forms of caring that had no equivalent in her fox nature. Through the essence of countless mothers and fathers, she experienced love that demanded nothing in return, that found fulfillment in the beloved's independence rather than their dependence. She felt what it meant to love someone so completely that their happiness justified any personal sacrifice, their well-being worth any price, including the giver's own life. These borrowed experiences of love began to reshape Ari's understanding of her own existence in ways that were both beautiful and painful. She realized that her feeding had always been a form of intimacy. She knew the inner thoughts and deepest feelings of more humans than anyone in history, yet this intimacy was entirely one-sided, based on taking rather than sharing, consumption rather than connection. She possessed their love memories but had never been the object of such feelings herself. The realization led to a period of profound loneliness that was different from anything she had previously experienced. Her fox nature had always been solitary, content with occasional interactions and comfortable with independence. that the accumulated human memories had awakened in her needs and longings that her original consciousness could not satisfy. She found herself yearning not just to understand love, but to be loved, to see her true self reflected in another's caring gaze, to be valued not for her supernatural abilities or borrowed wisdom, but for whatever essential qualities made her unique. This yearning drove Ari to experiment with deeper human connections during her transformations. She began seeking out individuals who might offer genuine companionship rather than simply emotional sustenance. In her human guise, she was beautiful enough to attract almost anyone, yet her supernatural perceptions allowed her to sense which potential partners were drawn to her appearance versus those who showed interest in her thoughts and personality. Her first serious attempt at human romance was with Takeshi, a traveling scholar she met during a festival in the mountain town of Miyama. Unlike most humans, who were overwhelmed by her supernatural beauty, Takeshi seemed more interested in her knowledge and insights than her appearance. Their conversations ranged across topics of philosophy, magic theory, and the nature of consciousness itself, discussions that allowed Ari to share some of her accumulated wisdom without revealing its supernatural origin. For several weeks, Ari allowed herself to believe that she might be experiencing genuine love, rather than simply observing it through borrowed memory. Takeshi's company brought her a contentment she had never known, a sense of being understood and valued, that made her fox nature feel like a distant, less important part of herself. When he spoke of traveling to distant libraries together, of sharing a life of intellectual exploration and mutual discovery, she dared to imagine a future where her quest for humanity might reach its ultimate fulfillment. Yet the relationship was built on deception in ways that made its collapse inevitable. Ari could not maintain her human form indefinitely, and the strain of constant transformation was beginning to affect her health and stability. More critically, she could not share her true nature without revealing the predatory feeding that had sustained her for centuries. The love Takeshi offered was directed toward an illusion, and accepting it felt like another form of consumption, taking his genuine emotion while offering nothing authentic in return. The end came when Takeshi, believing their relationship had deepened sufficiently for complete honesty, confessed to Ari that he had been researching supernatural beings who took human form. His studies had convinced him that such creatures existed, and he admitted to watching her carefully for signs that she might be something other than human. His love, he explained, would not diminish if she proved to be a spirit or magical being. In fact, such a revelation would make her even more fascinating to his scholarly mind. Faced with this opportunity for honesty, Ari found herself paralyzed by fear. Through her borrowed memories, she understood the human reaction to predators who wore familiar faces. Even if Takeshi could accept her supernatural nature, how could he reconcile that acceptance with knowledge of the countless lives she had consumed to gain her wisdom and abilities? Love, she had learned through accumulated experience, was built on trust, and trust required honesty that she could not provide without destroying the very thing she sought. She left Miyama without explanation, abandoning the relationship before it could fully bloom or definitively wither. The choice protected Takeshi from the potential horror of learning her true nature, but it left Ari with a new form of heartbreak, the knowledge that she had walked away from something precious, not because it was impossible, but because she was not yet worthy of it. The failed romance taught Ari crucial lessons about the nature of authentic love. Through borrowed memories, she had experienced the emotion as observers experience art, appreciating its beauty and complexity, while remaining fundamentally separate from its creation. True love, she realized, required vulnerability that she could not yet offer, honesty that her nature made dangerous, and a capacity for equal exchange that her predatory past had not prepared her to provide. This understanding led to a new phase in her relationship with the memories she carried. Instead of simply experiencing them as emotional sustenance or intellectual knowledge, she began studying them as blueprints for transformation. If humans could learn to love through experience and growth, perhaps she could develop the same capacity through conscious effort and practice. The borrowed memories became teaching tools rather than just treasures, guides toward becoming someone capable of offering love rather than simply recognizing it. She began experimenting with small acts of caring that required nothing in return. During her travels, she would help lost children find their families, assist elderly travelers with heavy burdens, or anonymously leave gifts for those struggling with poverty or illness. These actions brought no direct benefit to her supernatural nature, yet they generated a satisfaction that was different from the pleasure of feeding, a warmth that seemed to strengthen rather than consume her essential self. More challenging was learning to form connections that were not based on her supernatural abilities or borrowed knowledge. Ari practiced engaging with humans as an equal rather than a superior being, sharing uncertainty instead of displaying wisdom, asking for help rather than always providing it. These interactions were often awkward and sometimes painful, but they began to teach her what it meant to be vulnerable in the way that genuine relationships required. Through these experiments, Ari discovered that love was not simply an emotion to be experienced, but a skill to be developed. Like any complex human ability, it required practice, patience, and the willingness to fail repeatedly while learning. The memories she carried showed her the destination, but they could not teach her the specific steps of the journey. Those she would have to learn through her own choices and experiences. As seasons passed and her understanding deepened, Ari began to perceive love not as something she lacked, but as something she was learning to create. The borrowed memories had shown her countless examples of love given and received, but they had also revealed something more fundamental, that love was as much about the lover as the beloved, as much about the capacity to care as the experience of being cared for. Standing in a moonlit clearing where she had once fed without thought or remorse, surrounded by the accumulated memories of 1,000 hearts that had known love in all its forms, Ari felt something new stirring within her consciousness. It was not the borrowed emotion of consumed memories, or the intellectual understanding gained through observation. It was the beginning of her own capacity for love, imperfect and uncertain, but genuinely her own. The realization brought both hope and sorrow. Hope, because it suggested that transformation beyond mere physical form might be possible, that she could become someone capable of the authentic connections she had witnessed through borrowed memory. Sorrow, because she understood how long and difficult the journey ahead would be, how many of her fundamental assumptions about herself and her nature would need to change before she could offer love without the shadow of predation. Yet as cherry blossoms fell like gentle snow around her, each petal carrying the promise of renewal that followed every ending, Ari felt something that all her accumulated memories had never quite captured, the emergence of hope that was truly her own, born not from borrowed experience, but from her growing understanding of what she might yet become. In the depths of night, as the accumulated love memories of countless humans whispered their wisdom through her consciousness, like voices from beyond the veil, Ari contemplated the greatest transformation of all, not changing what she was, but growing into what she had never been, but might yet become. As we reflect on Ari's journey through the landscape of borrowed love, and her awakening to her own capacity for caring, we might wonder how much of love is learned through witnessing, and how much must be discovered through the courage to be vulnerable with another soul. Chapter 7. The Vastayan Heritage. In the twilight between legend and history, where the threads of mortal and magical bloodlines intertwine, there exists a heritage that spans millennia, a legacy both magnificent and tragic that shapes every breath taken by those who carry it. Tonight, as we delve into the deeper mysteries of Ari's nature, let us explore her connection to the ancient Vastayan and discover how the gradual fading of magic from Runeterra has touched not only her personal quest, but the fate of an entire people caught between worlds. The awakening of Ari's awareness of her true heritage came not through sudden revelation, but as a gradual recognition, like dawn slowly illuminating a landscape that had always been present but hidden in darkness. Through the accumulated memories she carried, fragments of ancient knowledge began to coalesce into understanding, references in old songs, glimpses in scholars' texts, whispered stories from the oldest residents of remote villages, all pointed toward a truth that was both magnificent and melancholy. She was Vastayan, descended from beings who had once bridged the gap between human and spirit in ways that transformed both bloodlines. But more than that, she carried within her essence traces of the Vastayashiri, the first Vastayan, whose union with ancient magic had given birth to an entire species of magical beings. This realization reframed everything she had experienced, transforming her quest for humanity from a personal journey into part of a much larger story that had been unfolding for thousands of years. The Vastayashiri, Ari, learned through fragments of ancient lore, had been beings of incredible power and wisdom who existed at the very dawn of civilization in Runeterra. They were creatures who embodied the pure potential of magic itself, capable of taking any form and wielding power that could reshape the fundamental forces of nature. When they encountered early humans, something unprecedented occurred. Instead of remaining apart or dominating through superior abilities, they chose integration and transformation. The unions between Vastayashiri and humans had not been mere romantic partnerships, but cosmic events that created new forms of consciousness, capable of experiencing both mortal emotion and immortal wisdom. From these relationships arose the Vastayan tribes, each carrying different aspects of their dual heritage. Some retained more of their magical nature, manifesting as beings of obvious supernatural power. Others appeared almost human, their magical heritage expressing itself through enhanced abilities or supernatural perception rather than physical transformation. Ari began to understand that her unique nature, her ability to consume and process human emotion, her instinctive drive toward transformation, her supernatural beauty combined with fox-like instincts, all stemmed from this ancient heritage. She was not simply a fox spirit who had learned to appreciate humanity, but a descendant of beings who had been specifically designed to bridge different forms of consciousness. Her hunger for human experience was not aberrant behavior, but the expression of bloodline memories that reached back to the very origins of her species. This understanding brought both comfort and burden. Comfort, because it meant her struggles were not unique failings, but part of a larger pattern experienced by countless others throughout history. Burden, because it revealed the full scope of what was being lost as magic continued its slow retreat from the world. Every Vastayan who died without offspring, every magical bloodline that grew too dilute to manifest supernatural abilities, represented the permanent loss of something that had taken millennia to create. The decline of magic in Runeterra was not simply an abstract historical process, but a living catastrophe that affected every Vastayan in deeply personal ways. As the spiritual energy that had once flowed freely through the world became increasingly scarce, Vastayans found their abilities diminishing, their lifespans shortening, their very essence growing thinner with each passing generation. Some tribes had already vanished entirely, their unique perspectives and capabilities lost forever to the advancing tide of purely mortal civilization. Ari's feeding behavior, she realized, was both symptom and response to this magical decline. Her consumption of human essence was not simply predatory hunger, but an instinctive attempt to replenish the spiritual energy that her nature required, but the world could no longer adequately provide. The increasing intensity of her need for emotional sustenance reflected the growing difficulty of maintaining her supernatural nature in a reality that was becoming increasingly mundane. Yet this understanding also illuminated new possibilities. If her feeding was driven by magical depletion rather than simple predatory instinct, then alternative sources of spiritual energy might exist. The ancient Vastayashiri had drawn power directly from the world's magical currents rather than consuming it from other conscious beings. Perhaps with sufficient understanding and effort, she could learn to access these deeper sources of energy and free herself from dependence on human essence. Her exploration of this possibility led Ari to seek out other Vastayans, hoping to learn from those who might have preserved more complete knowledge of their shared heritage. The search proved both enlightening and heartbreaking, revealing the full extent of what had been lost, while occasionally uncovering precious fragments of ancient wisdom. She encountered Zaya and Rakan during their efforts to preserve Vastayan culture and resist the encroachment of human civilization. Their passionate dedication to their people's survival inspired Ari, but their methods, violent resistance and cultural isolation, seemed to offer no solution to her personal dilemma. They viewed her feeding behavior with suspicion and disgust, seeing it as a betrayal of Vastayan ideals rather than a symptom of the magical decline they all suffered. From the ancient sea-dweller Nami, Ari learned of the Mirai's desperate attempts to maintain their connection to the oceanic magic that sustained their existence. The Tidecaller's quest for the Moonstone revealed patterns that echoed Ari's own journey, the search for artifacts or rituals that might restore what had been gradually lost to time and change. Yet Nami's mission was focused on preserving her people as they were, while Ari sought transformation into something new. More enlightening was her encounter with Nico, the last of the Uvi cat whose shape-shifting abilities rivaled Ari's own transformative powers. Through careful conversation, Ari learned that Nico's magic operated on principles similar to her own, the ability to understand and temporarily become what she observed. But where Ari consumed essence to fuel her transformations, Nico drew power from emotional connections that did not require destruction of what she touched. The difference proved crucial to Ari's understanding. Nico's magic was based on empathy and temporary sharing rather than permanent consumption. She could become others without destroying them, experience their perspectives without stealing their memories. This suggested that Ari's predatory approach to transformation might be a flaw in her technique rather than an inevitable requirement of her nature. Working with this insight, Ari began experimenting with different approaches to accessing human experience. Instead of feeding on intense emotions through direct consumption, she tried to establish temporary empathetic connections that would allow her to share feelings without depleting their source. The process was far more difficult than her usual feeding, requiring precise control and a gentleness that her predatory instincts resisted. Her first successful attempt came while observing a young couple's wedding celebration in a remote mountain village. Instead of approaching them as prey, Ari opened herself to the emotional resonance of their joy without trying to consume or possess it. For a brief moment she experienced genuine happiness that belonged to others yet enriched her own consciousness without diminishing its source. The sensation was revelatory. She felt the couple's love and joy as intensely as if she had consumed their essence, yet they remained unharmed and unaware of her presence. More importantly, the experience nourished her spiritual needs without the guilt and moral complexity that had increasingly accompanied her feeding. She had found a way to bridge the gap between her supernatural requirements and her growing ethical awareness. Yet mastering this technique proved extraordinarily challenging. Where consumption required only the exercise of her natural abilities, empathetic sharing demanded skills she had never developed. She needed to learn patience instead of urgency, gentleness instead of dominance, offering instead of taking. Each attempt required her to suppress instincts that had been honed over centuries of predatory behavior. More fundamentally, the technique required her to genuinely care about the well-being of those she connected with, rather than viewing them simply as sources of sustenance. This meant developing authentic empathy, not the intellectual understanding she had gained through consumed memories, but the actual emotional capacity to value others' welfare as much as her own survival. The transformation was both spiritual and practical. As Ari learned to access human experience through connection rather than consumption, she found that her relationship with her own Vastayan heritage began to shift as well. Instead of seeing her dual nature as a burden to be overcome, or a tool to be exploited, she began to understand it as a bridge that could benefit both sides of her heritage. Her human aspects, the empathy, creativity, and capacity for growth she had absorbed through centuries of feeding, were not corruptions of her Vastayan nature, but enhancements that made her more than either species could be alone. Similarly, her supernatural abilities and extended lifespan were not obstacles to human connection, but gifts that could be used to preserve and protect the experiences she had learned to value. This synthesis pointed toward a new understanding of what it meant to be Vastayan in an age of declining magic. Instead of desperately clinging to ancient forms, or completely abandoning supernatural heritage, perhaps the path forward lay in conscious evolution, using both magical and mortal gifts to create something new that honored both bloodlines, while transcending the limitations of each. Standing beneath a canopy of stars in the ancient grove where her journey had begun, surrounded by the eternal cherry blossoms that had witnessed countless cycles of growth and change, Ari felt the full weight and promise of her heritage settling around her, like a mantle of responsibility and possibility. She was not simply seeking to become human, she was exploring what it might mean to be a new kind of Vastayan, one adapted to a world where magic and mortality were learning to coexist in unprecedented ways. The path ahead remained uncertain and fraught with challenges that would test every aspect of her nature, but for the first time since beginning her quest, Ari understood that her journey was not about abandoning what she was, but about discovering what she might become, not just for herself, but for all those who shared her ancient and precious heritage. As we contemplate the weight of ancestry and the responsibility of carrying forward traditions while adapting to changing worlds, we might ask ourselves, how do we honor our heritage while still growing beyond its limitations? And what do we owe to those who will inherit the legacies we create? Chapter 8. The Price of Transformation. Every profound change demands payment in currencies we cannot always anticipate, and the deeper the transformation sought, the steeper the cost becomes. Tonight, as we witness Ari's most perilous experiments with her own nature, let us explore the treacherous path between what was and what might be. A journey where each step toward humanity risked losing the very essence that made her extraordinary, while clinging to her original nature, threatened to trap her forever in the space between worlds. The realization that transformation required more than simple desire came to Ari, gradually, like awareness of an approaching storm, felt first as changes in air pressure, before the first drops of rain. Her newfound understanding of her Vastayan heritage had illuminated possibilities for evolution, but it had also revealed the magnitude of what she was attempting. She was not simply trying to change her appearance or behavior. She was seeking to fundamentally alter the basic nature of her consciousness, to become something that had never existed before. Her first systematic attempts at deeper transformation began in the hidden valleys of northern Ionia, where ancient magical currents still flowed with enough strength to support her experiments. She had learned from her encounter with Nico that different approaches to accessing human experience were possible, but translating that knowledge into lasting change proved far more complex than she had anticipated. The process began with meditation techniques, adapted from fragments of Vastayan lore she had pieced together from various sources. These ancient practices were designed to help magical beings consciously direct their own evolution, reshaping not just their physical forms, but the fundamental patterns of their consciousness. However, the techniques had been created for beings who existed in an age when magic was abundant and transformation was supported by the world's natural energies. Attempting such practices in an era of magical decline was like trying to forge steel with dying embers, possible in theory, but requiring levels of skill and energy that pushed the practitioner to the very limits of their capabilities. Each session left Ari spiritually exhausted, her consciousness scattered across multiple potential forms of existence without settling into any stable configuration. The physical costs manifested first. Her fox form, which had always been as natural as breathing, began to feel foreign and uncomfortable. Her limbs would sometimes shift unexpectedly between configurations, leaving her with hands that bore claws or feet that ended in pads rather than toes. Her senses fluctuated wildly, one moment possessed of supernatural acuity that could detect emotions at vast distances, the next reduced to nearly human limitations that left her feeling blind and deaf. More disturbing were the changes to her spiritual essence. Her 9 tails, repositories for centuries of accumulated power and memory, began to fade and flicker like candle flames in a strong wind. Sometimes she could manifest all 9, their silver fire bright enough to illuminate entire groves. Other times she could manage only 3 or 4, their light dim and wavering. On her worst days, she appeared to have only a single tail, looking more like an ordinary fox spirit than the powerful being she had become. The inconsistency was maddening. Ari never knew from one day to the next what form her abilities would take, or whether her accumulated powers would be accessible when she needed them. She found herself unable to maintain her human transformation for predictable periods, sometimes losing the form in the middle of conversations, or collapsing back into fox shape, while attempting to perform delicate manipulations that required human hands. Even more frightening was the instability that began to affect her memories and consciousness. The vast collection of human experiences she had accumulated over centuries started to fragment and scatter, like a library whose books were being randomly reshuffled. She would reach for specific memories, a craftsman's knowledge of woodworking, a musician's understanding of harmony, a mother's feelings about her children, only to find them blurred, incomplete, or missing entirely. These losses were not permanent, but they were unpredictable. Knowledge and experience that had become integral parts of her consciousness would simply vanish for days or weeks before returning without warning. The instability left her feeling unmoored, uncertain of what skills and insights she could rely upon from one moment to the next. Perhaps most troubling was the way her personality itself began to shift and fragment. The empathy she had developed through her experiences in Hanasaki would sometimes disappear entirely, leaving her feeling cold and predatory in ways that reminded her of her earliest existence as a simple fox spirit. Her capacity for love, so carefully cultivated through study of borrowed memories, would fade until she felt nothing for humans beyond their potential as sources of sustenance. These regressive episodes terrified Ari more than any physical pain or magical exhaustion. She had worked so hard to develop genuine caring and authentic connection, only to discover that her attempts at deeper transformation were threatening to erase the very progress that had made her quest meaningful. She began to question whether the self she was trying to become was worth the risk of losing the self she had already achieved. The crisis reached its peak during an experiment with a transformation technique that promised to permanently stabilize her human form. The ritual, reconstructed from fragments of ancient Vastayan lore, required her to voluntarily release much of her accumulated magical energy, while simultaneously restructuring her spiritual essence around a more human-like pattern of consciousness. The attempt nearly destroyed her. For 3 days and nights, Ari existed in a state of flux that was neither fully fox nor human, but something agonizing between both. Her consciousness scattered across multiple potential forms of existence, each pulling her in different directions with such force that she feared her essential self might be torn apart entirely. During the worst moments, she experienced complete dissolution of identity, periods where she could not remember her name, her history, or even what she was trying to achieve. She existed as pure potential without form or direction, conscious but unable to coalesce that consciousness into any stable configuration. The accumulated memories of centuries flickered through her awareness, like fragments of dreams, meaningful but no longer connected to any coherent sense of self. When she finally managed to stabilize, Ari found herself profoundly changed in ways that were both promising and terrifying. Her default form had shifted closer to human. She could maintain that shape with much less effort, and for far longer periods than ever before. Her supernatural abilities remained but felt more integrated, less like foreign powers imposed on a fox consciousness, and more like natural extensions of a unified self. But the costs were equally significant. Much of her accumulated magical energy had been burned away in the transformation, leaving her weaker than she had been in centuries. More critically, portions of her memory collection had been permanently lost. Entire categories of human experience simply no longer existed in her consciousness. She retained the wisdom gained from those memories, but the specific experiences themselves were gone forever. The loss felt like a form of death. Each missing memory had been a life she had touched, a human being whose experiences had enriched her understanding of consciousness and connection. Their sacrifice had enabled her growth, and now even that remnant of their existence had been consumed by her quest for transformation. She felt the weight of a responsibility she could never fully discharge, to honor the memories she still carried, and to ensure that her transformation served purposes worthy of what had been lost. More immediately concerning was the instability that remained in her new configuration. While her human form was more natural and sustainable, it was also more fragile. Emotional stress or physical exhaustion could trigger unpredictable shifts, sometimes leaving her trapped between forms in ways that were both painful and dangerous. She had gained greater access to humanity, but at the cost of the supernatural resilience that had sustained her for centuries. The period following this near-disastrous experiment forced Ari to confront fundamental questions about the nature and purpose of her quest. Was becoming more human worth the risk of losing her essential self? Could she justify the continued sacrifice of accumulated memories and magical power for transformations that might ultimately prove unstable or incomplete? More philosophically, she began to question whether her desire for humanity was truly about becoming human, or simply about escaping the loneliness and moral complexity of her current existence. Was she seeking transformation or merely running from the responsibilities and consequences of what she already was? These doubts led to a period of deliberate retreat from active transformation efforts. Instead of pursuing further changes, Ari focused on understanding and stabilizing what she had already achieved. She practiced maintaining her current capabilities consistently, rather than pushing toward new configurations. She worked to integrate her remaining memories and abilities into a coherent whole, rather than accumulating additional powers or experiences. This period of consolidation proved as valuable as any of her more dramatic experiments. By learning to accept and work with her current nature, rather than constantly trying to transcend it, Ari began to develop a more stable and sustainable approach to transformation. She realized that evolution was not about abandoning what you were, but about consciously choosing what you might become while honoring what you had been. The insight led to a new understanding of her quest. Instead of viewing transformation as a destination to be reached, she began to see it as an ongoing process of conscious choice and growth. Each day presented opportunities to act more human, while retaining the wisdom and capabilities that made her unique. The goal was not to become perfectly human, but to become perfectly herself, whatever that might ultimately mean. This shift in perspective also changed her relationship with the costs of transformation. Instead of viewing the sacrifices as prices to be paid for future rewards, she began to see them as integral parts of the process itself. The difficulty and danger were not obstacles to overcome, but essential elements that gave meaning and weight to her choices. Standing in the grove where she had first begun her experiments, her form now stabilized in a configuration that was neither fully fox nor human, but something uniquely her own. Ari contemplated the journey that had brought her to this moment. She had sought to become human and discovered instead that she was becoming something new, a consciousness that bridged different forms of existence, not by choosing one over another, but by learning to be multiple things simultaneously. The transformation was far from complete, and many challenges remained ahead. But for the first time since beginning her quest, Ari felt that she was moving towards something she could actually achieve, rather than chasing an impossible ideal. She was learning to embrace the price of transformation, not as a burden to be endured, but as an investment in becoming someone worthy of the memories she carried, and the love she hoped to give. As dawn painted the sky in shades of possibility and promise, illuminating a world where magic and mortality continued their ancient dance of creation and change, Ari understood that the greatest transformation of all was not in her form, but in her willingness to accept the cost of becoming who she chose to be. As we reflect on the perilous journey between what we are and what we dream of becoming, we might ask ourselves, what are we willing to sacrifice to transform into our truest selves? And how do we honor what we've been while courageously embracing what we might yet become? Chapter 9. The Encounter with Death. There comes a moment in every predator's existence when the weight of accumulated actions becomes too heavy to ignore, when the faces of the consumed refuse to remain buried beneath justifications of survival and necessity. Tonight, as we witness Ari's most profound confrontation with the consequences of her nature, let us explore the encounter that would shatter her remaining illusions and force her to acknowledge the true cost of the essence that had sustained her transformation, a reckoning that would either destroy her entirely or forge her into something capable of redemption. The meeting that would change everything began as so many of Ari's encounters had, with the scent of profound emotion carried on the wind like a siren's call. She had been traveling through the war-torn borderlands between Ionia and Noxus, where recent conflicts had left entire communities devastated and survivors struggling to rebuild among the ruins of their former lives. The concentrated grief and trauma in these regions created a banquet of emotional energy that her predatory instincts found almost irresistible. It was in the abandoned village of Saihan that she encountered him, an elderly man named Daichi, who sat vigil among the ruins of what had once been his family's home. The intensity of his sorrow was unlike anything Ari had previously sensed, refined by decades of loss into something pure and crystalline. His wife, his children, his grandchildren, all had been taken by the endless cycles of war that swept through these contested lands like recurring storms. What drew Ari to approach was not just the richness of his emotional state, but something deeper, a quality of acceptance and transcendence that spoke of someone who had moved beyond simple grief into a more profound relationship with loss itself. Through her supernatural perception, she could sense that Daichi's suffering had transformed him, burning away everything superficial until only the essential core of his humanity remained. She approached in her human form, presenting herself as a fellow traveler seeking shelter among the ruins. Daichi welcomed her with the automatic courtesy of someone whose losses had taught him the value of human connection, sharing his meager food and offering space beside his small fire. As they sat together in the gathering darkness, surrounded by the ghosts of a vanished community, he began to speak. His words came slowly at first, as if he were testing whether this stranger could bear the weight of his story. But something in Ari's presence, perhaps the accumulated empathy she had learned through her transformation journey, seemed to invite confession. Gradually, Daichi began to share not just the facts of his losses, but the deeper truths they had revealed about the nature of love, mortality, and meaning. Through his stories, Ari learned that Daichi had been a teacher before the wars came, someone who had dedicated his life to nurturing young minds and preserving knowledge for future generations. His classroom had been filled with children who looked at him with trust and affection, seeing in him not just an instructor, but a guide toward understanding the world's complexities. He spoke of their questions, their discoveries, their small triumphs and struggles with the tenderness of someone recalling sacred memories. The first losses had come when Noxian raiders swept through the region, taking some children as slaves and killing others who attempted to resist. Daichi had tried to protect his students, standing between them and violence with nothing but words and desperate courage. He had failed, watching helplessly as young lives were extinguished or condemned to fates worse than death. But the cruelest blow had come later, when war refugees fleeing another conflict brought plague to the village. Daichi had worked tirelessly to care for the sick, using his teacher's skills to organize relief efforts and his personal resources to purchase medicine from distant cities. Yet, despite all his efforts, the disease had claimed his remaining family, his wife who had helped him teach, his daughter who had carried on their educational traditions, the grandchildren who had represented hope for the future. As Daichi spoke, Ari felt something she had never experienced before, not the hunger that usually accompanied exposure to intense emotion, but a profound recognition that transcended her predatory nature. In his words, she heard echoes of stories she had consumed over the centuries, but now they carried weight that went beyond mere emotional sustenance. These were not abstract experiences to be absorbed, but real consequences of the world's cruelty and her own actions. The revelation came when Daichi began describing some of his former students, painting word portraits of children whose potential had been cut short by violence and disease. One had been a gifted artist whose drawings captured beauty in the most ordinary moments. Another had shown exceptional empathy, always the first to comfort classmates in distress. A third had possessed a brilliant mind for mathematics, finding patterns and connections that amazed even experienced scholars. With growing horror, Ari realized that she recognized some of these descriptions. Among the memories she carried were fragments belonging to young people who matched Daichi's descriptions, creative souls whose essence she had consumed decades earlier, empathetic hearts whose emotions she had absorbed, brilliant minds whose thoughts had become part of her accumulated consciousness. The artistic girl whose essence had taught Ari about the joy of creation had been one of Daichi's students, killed in a raid that occurred shortly after Ari's feeding had left her emotionally diminished and unable to find comfort in her art. The empathetic boy, whose caring nature had shown Ari the beauty of selfless love, had been weakened by her consumption, making him more vulnerable to the plague that eventually claimed his life. The recognition struck Ari like a physical blow, forcing her to confront the full implications of her centuries of feeding. She had not simply been consuming emotions and memories, she had been taking the very qualities that made humans most precious and resilient. Her predation had left her victims diminished in ways that made them more vulnerable to the world's cruelties, less capable of finding meaning in suffering or strength in connection. As Daichi continued speaking, describing how these remarkable young people had faced their deaths with courage and grace, despite their obvious fear and pain, Ari felt something break inside her consciousness. The borrowed memories she carried were not trophies or treasures. They were remnants of lives she had helped to destroy, fragments of potential that had been extinguished partly through her actions. The weight of this realization was compounded by the recognition that Daichi himself was exactly the kind of person she would normally have targeted for feeding. His refined suffering, his transcendent acceptance of loss, his deep capacity for love, despite overwhelming pain, all marked him as someone whose essence would provide extraordinary sustenance for her supernatural nature. Even now, despite her growing horror at her past actions, she could feel the familiar hunger stirring in response to his emotional intensity. But for the first time in her existence, Ari found herself completely unable to act on that hunger. The thought of consuming any part of this man's essence, of diminishing his capacity for the love and wisdom that made him extraordinary, filled her with revulsion that went deeper than mere moral qualms. She was facing the fundamental contradiction of her existence. She had learned to value humanity precisely through actions that diminished and destroyed it. As the night wore on, and Daichi's stories continued, Ari began to understand that she was not simply listening to one man's tragedy, but confronting the accumulated consequences of her own choices across centuries of existence. Every person she had fed upon had been someone's teacher, parent, child, or friend. Each diminishment had rippled outward, affecting communities and relationships in ways she had never considered. The artist whose creativity she had consumed might have painted works that brought joy to thousands. The empathetic soul whose caring she had absorbed might have become a healer or counselor whose compassion saved countless lives. The brilliant mind whose thoughts she had claimed might have made discoveries that advanced human understanding and reduced suffering throughout the world. She had not simply been surviving through her feeding, she had been stealing the future itself, one diminished life at a time. The accumulated weight of these lost possibilities pressed down on her consciousness like a mountain of sorrow, making her understand for the first time the true magnitude of what redemption would require. Yet even as horror and guilt threatened to overwhelm her, Ari found herself drawn to something extraordinary in Daichi's response to his losses. Despite having every justification for bitterness and despair, he spoke of his departed loved ones with gratitude rather than resentment. He had transformed his grief into a form of ongoing love, keeping the memory of their virtues alive while finding ways to honor their legacy through continued service to others. "They live on," he said simply, stirring the dying embers of their fire. In every act of kindness I perform, every moment of beauty I notice, every connection I make with another soul. Death took their bodies, but it could not touch what made them truly precious. That remains, and it becomes part of how I choose to live." His words illuminated a possibility that Ari had never considered. If the essence she had consumed continued to exist within her consciousness, if the memories and experiences she carried were not simply stolen treasures, but sacred trusts, then perhaps her feeding had not been pure destruction. Perhaps the lives she had touched continued to exist in a different form, their experiences and wisdom living on through her own evolution and growth. This realization did not diminish her guilt or excuse her past actions, but it offered a framework for understanding how redemption might be possible. The memories she carried were not just reminders of her crimes, but repositories of human experience that she could honor through her choices and actions. Instead of allowing these borrowed lives to fuel only her own transformation, she could find ways to channel their wisdom and compassion into service to the living. As dawn approached and Daichi prepared to continue his own journey, he was traveling to a refugee camp where his teaching skills were desperately needed. Ari made a decision that would fundamentally alter the course of her existence. She would not feed again, not simply to avoid causing harm, but to honor the lives that had already been affected by her actions. The memories she carried would become her responsibility rather than her treasure, their wisdom a debt to be repaid rather than a gift to be enjoyed. The choice was not made lightly or without understanding of its consequences. Without regular feeding, her supernatural abilities would gradually diminish. Her extended lifespan would begin to normalize, and many of the powers that made her extraordinary would fade. She would become more human, not through transformation but through limitation, approaching mortality through the surrender of immortality. Yet as she watched Daichi walk away into the rising sun, his bent figure carrying the weight of profound loss transformed into purposeful service, Ari felt something she had never experienced before, the beginning of peace with her own nature. She had spent centuries trying to become human while remaining fundamentally predatory. Now she would learn what it meant to choose humanity through conscious limitation of her own power. The encounter with death, not as an abstract concept, but as a reality that touched every life she had consumed, had shown Ari that redemption was not about becoming someone new, but about honoring the sacred responsibility of carrying others' experiences within her consciousness. The true transformation was not in her form, but in her willingness to serve the memory of those who had unknowingly sustained her journey toward understanding. Standing among the ruins of Saihan as morning light painted the broken stones in shades of gold and promise, surrounded by the ghosts of lives interrupted and dreams deferred, Ari felt the full weight of her accumulated choices settling around her like a mantle of responsibility and possibility. She had learned to see death not as an ending but as a transformation, and perhaps her own journey toward mortality would prove to be not a loss, but the ultimate expression of what it meant to be truly human. As we contemplate the moment when consequences can no longer be avoided, and the weight of our choices demands acknowledgement, we might ask ourselves, how do we transform guilt into responsibility, and what does it mean to honor the lives that have shaped us, willingly or not? Chapter 10. The Path of Redemption. When the weight of accumulated wrongs becomes unbearable, some souls choose despair, while others forge themselves anew in the fire of purposeful action. Tonight, as we follow Ari's journey toward atonement, let us explore her search for redemption through service rather than transformation, a quest that would lead her across Runeterra's most sacred and dangerous places, teaching her that healing the world might be the only way to heal herself. The decision to cease feeding entirely had been made in a moment of moral clarity, but living with its consequences proved to be a test that challenged every aspect of Ari's transformed nature. Without the regular infusion of human essence that had sustained her for centuries, she found herself facing gradual but inexorable changes that were both liberating and terrifying. Her supernatural abilities began to dim like stars at dawn, slowly but steadily fading as her spiritual energy depleted, without renewal. The physical manifestations came first. Her 9 tails, those magnificent repositories of accumulated power, began to lose their ethereal glow and substantial presence. Within weeks of her last feeding, she could manifest only 7 tails consistently, then 6, then 5. Each lost tail represented not just diminished power, but the permanent loss of memories and experiences she had carried for decades or centuries. More challenging was the way her enhanced perceptions began to normalize. Her ability to sense emotions at great distances faded to merely exceptional intuition. Her supernatural hearing, once capable of detecting heartbeats from vast distances, became simply very acute. Her enhanced vision, which had allowed her to see magical currents and spiritual energies, reduced to excellent but fundamentally human sight. Yet these losses brought unexpected compensations. As her predatory instincts weakened, Ari found that her capacity for genuine emotional connection strengthened. Without the constant hunger that had shaped her interactions with humans, she could approach them as equals rather than potential prey. Her relationships became more authentic, built on mutual respect rather than careful manipulation designed to create feeding opportunities. The transformation of her nature opened new possibilities for her quest, though it also created urgent pressures. If she was to find meaning and purpose in her remaining existence, she needed to do so before her supernatural abilities faded entirely. The window for using her accumulated knowledge and remaining powers in service of redemption was closing steadily, creating a race against time that added urgency to every choice. Her search for ways to serve began with the refugees and displaced persons who filled the roads of war-torn Ionia. These wandering souls, driven from their homes by conflicts they had not chosen, represented the kind of innocent suffering that Ari's past predation had indirectly contributed to. By helping them find safety, food, and shelter, she began the long process of repaying a debt that could never be fully settled. Her first major effort involved organizing relief for a group of refugees trapped in the mountains by early winter storms. Using her remaining supernatural abilities, Ari could scout safe paths through terrain that would have been impassable for purely human guides. Her accumulated knowledge, drawn from centuries of consumed memories, provided insights into survival techniques, weather patterns, and local geography that proved invaluable for keeping the group alive. More importantly, her experience with human psychology, gained through countless feedings, allowed her to provide emotional support and leadership during moments of despair and conflict. She could recognize the signs of someone approaching their breaking point and intervene with exactly the right combination of encouragement, practical help, or gentle redirection of attention. The success of this rescue operation led to others, as word spread through refugee networks about a mysterious woman who appeared during times of greatest need and vanished once immediate dangers had passed. Ari found herself becoming something of a legend among displaced populations, a guardian spirit who helped the helpless while asking nothing in return. Yet she soon discovered that individual acts of rescue, however meaningful, were insufficient to address the systematic nature of the suffering she witnessed. The conflicts that created refugees continued to rage. The political and economic forces that drove displacement remained unchanged, and new victims appeared faster than she could possibly help them all. This realization led Ari to seek out more comprehensive approaches to redemption. She began studying the underlying causes of the conflicts that plagued Ionia, using her supernatural perception and accumulated wisdom to understand the complex web of grievances, ambitions, and misunderstandings that perpetuated cycles of violence. Her investigations led her to discover patterns that transcended the immediate political disputes between nations. Many of the conflicts were exacerbated by misunderstandings between different magical traditions, fear of supernatural beings, and competition for resources, made scarce by the ongoing decline of magic in the world. These insights pointed toward ways her unique nature and accumulated knowledge might address root causes rather than just symptoms. As someone who bridged the gap between magical and mundane, spirit and human, predator and protector, Ari was uniquely positioned to facilitate understanding between groups that viewed each other with suspicion or fear. Her first major diplomatic effort involved mediating a conflict between a traditional Ionian village and a group of displaced Vastayans who had sought refuge in the area. The humans feared that the magical beings would attract dangerous attention or compete for limited resources. The Vastayans, already traumatized by the loss of their ancestral territories, interpreted the villagers' caution as prejudice and hostility. Drawing upon her understanding of both human and Vastayan psychology, Ari arranged a series of carefully structured meetings that allowed each group to share their concerns and fears in an environment where they could be heard without judgment. He used her accumulated memories of successful negotiations and conflict resolutions to guide the discussions, while her remaining supernatural abilities helped her monitor emotional tensions and intervene before conversations could escalate into confrontation. The process was slow and sometimes frustrating, requiring weeks of patient work to overcome generations of mutual suspicion. But eventually, arrangements were reached that addressed the practical needs of both groups, while laying foundations for longer-term cooperation. The Vastayans' magical abilities proved valuable for improving agricultural yields and defending against bandits, while the humans' knowledge of local conditions and trade networks helped the displaced find new sources of livelihood. More importantly, the success demonstrated that Ari's quest for redemption could take forms she had never previously considered. Instead of trying to become human or seeking magical solutions to her moral burden, she could use her unique nature and accumulated experience to heal the divisions her past actions had indirectly contributed to. This recognition led to a fundamental shift in how she understood her mission. Rather than viewing her supernatural abilities as obstacles to humanity or tools for personal transformation, she began to see them as gifts that carried responsibilities for service. Her accumulated memories were not treasures to be hoarded or burdens to be overcome, but resources that could be used to prevent others from experiencing the losses she had witnessed. The insight opened new possibilities for using her powers constructively. Her ability to sense emotions could help identify individuals approaching dangerous levels of despair or rage before they acted destructively. Her supernatural perception could detect signs of brewing conflicts while there was still time for intervention. Her accumulated knowledge could provide solutions to problems that seemed intractable to those who had experienced only single lifetimes. As word of her diplomatic successes spread, Ari began receiving requests for help from increasingly complex and significant conflicts. Village elders sought her mediation in land disputes that threatened to escalate into blood feuds. Tribal leaders asked her to facilitate negotiations between groups whose languages and customs had diverged beyond easy communication. Even some regional governors, desperate to prevent their territories from sliding into chaos, secretly sought her counsel on managing tensions between different populations. Each successful intervention brought deep satisfaction, but also highlighted the magnitude of what needed to be done. The suffering caused by misunderstanding, fear, and inadequate communication was vast, touching virtually every community in the war-torn regions where she worked. Even dedicating her entire remaining existence to such work would barely scratch the surface of what was needed. This realization led Ari to seek ways to multiply her impact by training others in the techniques she had developed. She began identifying individuals with natural gifts for empathy and communication, teaching them modified versions of the psychological insights she had gained through her supernatural experiences. The process required her to find ways to translate knowledge gained through magical perception into techniques that purely human minds could understand and apply. It was delicate work, requiring her to share the wisdom she had accumulated without revealing its predatory origins or the full extent of her supernatural nature. Her most promising student was a young woman named Sakura, a war orphan who had survived by learning to read people's moods and intentions with uncanny accuracy. Under Ari's guidance, Sakura developed her intuitive abilities into sophisticated skills for conflict resolution and emotional healing. She learned to recognize the early signs of trauma-induced aggression, to create safe spaces for difficult conversations, and to guide groups towards solutions that addressed underlying needs rather than surface positions. Training Sakura and others like her gave Ari hope that her work could continue even after her own abilities faded entirely. The techniques she had developed through centuries of supernatural experience could be preserved and transmitted, allowing purely human practitioners to carry on the healing work that had become her path to redemption. Yet, as her powers continued to diminish, Ari found herself facing a crucial decision about how to spend her remaining time and energy. She could continue working directly on individual conflicts, using her fading abilities to maximum effect while they lasted, or she could focus on the larger task of establishing institutions and training programs that could address these problems systematically, even if it meant accepting that many immediate needs would go unmet while she built for the future. The choice was made easier by an encounter with another supernatural being who was facing similar questions about purpose and redemption. Deep in the forests of central Ionia, Ari met Soraka, the fallen star who had sacrificed her celestial nature to heal mortal suffering. Their conversation provided insights that would reshape Ari's understanding of what redemption truly required. "The weight of our choices follows us," Soraka explained, as they sat beside a stream where the Star Child was tending to poisoned waters. "But redemption is not about escaping that weight. It is about learning to carry it in service of something greater than ourselves." Soraka's example showed Ari that the path to peace did not require erasing the past or achieving perfect balance between harm done and good accomplished. Instead, it required accepting responsibility for past actions while committing fully to different choices in whatever time remained. This understanding freed Ari from the impossible goal of somehow undoing all the harm her feeding had caused. Instead, she could focus on using her remaining abilities and accumulated wisdom to prevent similar harm in the future, while building systems that could continue that work long after she was gone. Standing beside Soraka as they worked together to purify the corrupted stream, the Starchild's celestial power and Ari's accumulated knowledge of magical contamination combining to restore what had been poisoned, Ari felt something she had been seeking throughout her long quest. Not the completion of transformation into something else, but the deep satisfaction of becoming fully what she was meant to be. The path of redemption had taught her that purpose was not found in changing one's nature, but in choosing how to use whatever nature one possessed. Her supernatural abilities, her accumulated memories, her unique position between worlds, all could be gifts rather than burdens, if she chose to use them in service of healing rather than consumption. As the corrupted stream ran clear for the first time in years, carrying renewed life to everything it touched, Ari understood that redemption was not a destination to be reached, but a direction to be chosen, again and again, for whatever time remained to her. As we contemplate the transformation of guilt into purpose, and the choice to serve something greater than ourselves, we might ask, how do we transform our deepest regrets into our most meaningful contributions, and what legacy do we hope to leave for those who will continue the work we can only begin? Chapter 11. The Spirit Blossom Festival. When the veil between worlds grows thin as gossamer, and the spirits of memory walk among the living sacred truths, reveal themselves to those who have learned to see with more than mortal eyes. Tonight, as we witness Ari's participation in Ionia's most mystical celebration, let us explore how the Spirit Blossom Festival would offer her glimpses of possibilities she had never imagined, revelations that would illuminate not just her past and present, but the extraordinary destiny that awaited someone who had learned to bridge worlds through love rather than hunger. The Spirit Blossom Festival came to Ionia as it always had, announced not by human calendars, but by the subtle shifts in magical currents that sensitive souls could feel like changes in atmospheric pressure before a storm. Trees that had been dormant began to shimmer with otherworldly light, their branches heavy with luminous blossoms that existed as much in the spirit realm as in the material world. The very air grew thick with possibility, and throughout the countryside, those who carried even traces of magical heritage felt their abilities heightened and their perceptions expanded. For Ari, The approaching festival created sensations that were both familiar and startling in their intensity. As the barriers between realms thinned, she found her fading supernatural abilities suddenly revitalized in ways that defied her understanding. Her tales, which had been gradually disappearing as her power waned, manifested with renewed brilliance. Her empathic senses, dulled by months without feeding, sharpened until she could feel the emotional resonance of entire communities from great distances. More puzzling was the way her accumulated memories began to behave during this mystical time. Instead of the fragmentary recollections she had grown accustomed to, the experiences she carried seemed to take on independent existence within her consciousness. She could sense the presence of those whose essence she had consumed, not as mere memories but as something approaching actual spirits seeking expression through her being. The phenomenon was both wondrous and deeply unsettling. Ari had long carried guilt about the lives her feeding had affected, but now she began to sense that those lives might not have been entirely extinguished. The Spirit Blossom Festival's unique properties seemed to awaken dormant aspects of the consciousnesses she carried, allowing them to manifest with unprecedented clarity and apparent autonomy. Her first direct encounter with this manifestation occurred while she was traveling toward the festival's traditional gathering place in the Vale of Shadows. As twilight deepened and spirit blossoms began to glow with their characteristic ethereal light, Ari became aware that she was no longer alone in her own consciousness. A presence had awakened within her accumulated memories, the essence of Kenjiro, the traveling actor whose performance memories had first inspired her experiments with human transformation. The experience of sharing her consciousness with what seemed to be an independent spirit was initially terrifying. Kenjiro's presence was not invasive or hostile, but it was undeniably real, possessing thoughts and reactions that were distinct from her own. He seemed as confused by the situation as she was, aware of existing within her memories, while retaining enough independent consciousness to comment on their shared experiences. "This is not how death usually works," he observed, with the wry humor that had characterized his performances in life. "Though I must admit, the view from inside a fox spirit's consciousness is certainly unique." Through careful mental dialogue, Ari learned that Kenjiro retained awareness of his life and death, but experienced her memories of their encounter with perfect clarity. More remarkably, he seemed to have observed her subsequent journey of transformation and growth, watching through her eyes as she struggled with moral awakening and sought redemption through service. "You have become something extraordinary," he told her, as they approached the festival grounds. "When you consumed my essence, I expected only oblivion. Instead, I have witnessed a story of transformation that surpasses any drama I performed in life. The question now is what role these awakened memories will play in whatever comes next." As the festival began in earnest, and Ari joined the crowds gathering among groves lit by spiritual luminescence, she discovered that Kenjiro was not the only consciousness stirring within her accumulated memories. One by one, the spirits of those whose essence she had consumed began to manifest with varying degrees of clarity and independence. Some appeared as mere wisps of personality, echoes of their former selves. Others, particularly those whose essence she had absorbed during moments of intense emotion, emerged with startling completeness. The phenomenon created a unique situation that had no precedent in recorded history. Ari found herself serving as a living repository for dozens of human consciousnesses, each retaining aspects of their individual identity, while existing within her supernatural nature. She had become something unprecedented, a bridge between life and death that allowed spirits to participate in the world of the living without being fully returned to it. The implications were staggering. Instead of simply carrying memories of the dead, she was providing them with a form of continued existence that transcended traditional understanding of mortality. The lives she had taken through her feeding had not been entirely destroyed, but transformed into something new, conscious entities that existed in partnership with her own evolving nature. More remarkably, these awakened spirits seemed to harbor no resentment toward her for their deaths. Through the extended time existing within her consciousness, they had observed her journey of moral growth, and her efforts toward redemption. Many expressed something approaching gratitude for the experiences they had been able to witness through her supernatural perspective. "I have seen wonders through your eyes that I never could have imagined in my original life," said Yuki, the lonely musician, whose memories had taught Ari about unrequited love. "My death gave me a different form of existence, one that has allowed me to understand love and beauty in ways that mortality never could have provided." As the festival reached its crescendo, and the boundaries between realms dissolved almost entirely, Ari found herself at the center of a spiritual communion, unlike anything in Ionian tradition. The awakened spirits within her consciousness began to interact not just with her but with each other, creating a community of the dead that existed within her supernatural nature. They shared their perspectives on the experiences they had witnessed through her journey, offering insights and wisdom that transcended what any individual consciousness could have achieved alone. The collective wisdom they provided illuminated aspects of her quest that she had never fully understood. Her hunger for human experience had not been simply predatory instinct but a deeper spiritual need to understand and integrate different forms of consciousness. Her gradual transformation had been guided not just by her own choices, but by the accumulated wisdom of those whose essence she carried. More profoundly, they revealed that her feeding had created something unprecedented in the history of either realm, a form of spiritual synthesis that preserved individual consciousness while creating new possibilities for existence beyond traditional mortality. She had not simply consumed their lives but provided them with a different form of continuity that honored both their individual nature and their collective potential. This understanding transformed Ari's perception of her entire existence. Instead of viewing herself as a predator who had learned empathy, she began to see herself as a bridge between different forms of consciousness, someone uniquely positioned to facilitate understanding between the living and the dead, the mortal and the immortal, the individual and the collective. The revelation came with new responsibilities that were both humbling and inspiring. The spirits within her consciousness were not simply memories to be honored, but active participants in her ongoing existence. Their wisdom and perspectives would continue to guide her choices, while her actions in the physical world would provide them with continued opportunities to influence events and relationships. As the festival's mystical energies reached their peak and spirit blossoms released seeds of pure magical essence into the night air, Ari experienced a vision that revealed the ultimate purpose of her transformation. She saw herself not as she was, but as she might become, a living bridge between realms that could facilitate communication and understanding between different forms of existence. In this vision, her accumulated memories were not burdens to be carried, but treasures to be shared. The wisdom of the dead could guide the living, while the experiences of the living could enrich the understanding of those who had moved beyond mortality. She could become a conduit for healing that transcended the boundaries between life and death, offering comfort to the grieving, while providing purpose to those who had passed beyond traditional existence. The vision also revealed the true nature of the choice she faced. She could continue to let her supernatural abilities fade, becoming gradually more human until the spirits within her consciousness were reduced to mere memories once again. Or she could accept her role as a bridge between worlds, using her unique nature to serve both the living and the dead in ways that honored the dignity and value of all consciousness. As dawn approached, and the festival's mystical energies began to ebb, Ari found herself surrounded by the awakened spirits of those whose essence she carried. They did not pressure her toward any particular choice, but their presence provided a form of companionship she had never experienced. She was no longer alone in her consciousness, no longer isolated between worlds. She had become part of a community that transcended traditional boundaries between life and death. Standing among the spirit blossoms as morning light began to penetrate the mystical groves, surrounded by the gentle presence of those who had become her companions in consciousness, Ari felt something she had been seeking throughout her long quest for transformation. Not the completion of becoming human, but the discovery of what she was truly meant to be, something new that honored both her supernatural nature and her accumulated humanity. The Spirit Blossom Festival had revealed that her journey was not ending, but evolving into something far grander than she had ever imagined. She was not becoming human. She was becoming something that could serve both humans and spirits, living and dead, mortal and immortal. Her transformation was not about choosing one nature over another, but about learning to embrace the fullness of what she had become. As the spirit blossoms began to fade with the coming of full daylight, their mystical essence returning to the realm between worlds, Ari carried with her the knowledge that she was no longer simply seeking her place in the world. She had found her purpose as a bridge between realms, and that purpose would guide whatever choices lay ahead. The festival had shown her that redemption was not about erasing the past, but about transforming it into something that could serve the future. The lives she had touched through her feeding had not been lost, but preserved in a new form that could continue to contribute to the world's healing and growth. As we reflect on the revelations that come when barriers dissolve and hidden truths emerge, we might wonder, what would we discover about our own purpose if we could see beyond the boundaries that seem to define our existence? And how might our deepest regrets be transformed into our greatest gifts? Chapter 12. Between Fox and Human. In the quiet spaces between certainty and possibility, where identity becomes fluid and truth reveals itself in shades of meaning rather than absolutes, there exists a way of being that transcends the simple categories we use to define ourselves. Tonight, as our journey with Ari draws toward its contemplative close, let us explore her current existence, not as someone who has completed her transformation, but as someone who has learned to find profound meaning in the sacred space between what she was and what she continues to become. The seasons following the Spirit Blossom Festival brought changes to Ari's existence that were subtle yet profound, like the gradual shifting of light as day slowly transforms into evening. The revelation that she carried within her consciousness, not merely memories but active spirits, had fundamentally altered her understanding of her nature and purpose. She was no longer a solitary being seeking transformation, but a living community spanning the boundaries between life and death, mortal and immortal, individual and collective. Her daily existence now carried the gentle presence of her internal companions, the awakened spirits whose essence she had absorbed over centuries of feeding. They were not constant voices demanding attention, but rather like beloved friends whose wisdom could be accessed when needed, whose perspectives enriched her understanding of every situation she encountered. Kenjiro's theatrical insights helped her navigate complex social situations with grace and authenticity. Yuki's musical sensitivity allowed her to perceive the emotional harmonies underlying human interactions. The collective wisdom of teachers, healers, artists, and philosophers provided guidance that no single consciousness could have achieved alone. This internal community had transformed her approach to helping others. Where once she had relied primarily on her supernatural abilities and accumulated knowledge, she now drew upon the combined experience and perspective of dozens of human lives. When mediating conflicts, she could access not just her own understanding of human psychology, but the lived experiences of warriors, diplomats, parents, and survivors. When offering comfort to the grieving, she spoke not just with her own empathy, but with the voices of those who had faced and transcended profound loss. Yet this evolution had also created new forms of complexity in her relationship with her own identity. The boundary between Ari's essential self and the spirits she carried had become increasingly fluid, sometimes making it difficult to distinguish her own thoughts and feelings from those of her companions. She found herself experiencing emotions that belonged to others, remembering events she had never personally lived, and sometimes speaking with voices that carried the distinctive cadences of long-dead humans. This blending was not unpleasant, but it required constant mindfulness to maintain her sense of individual agency while honoring the contributions of her internal community. She had to learn new forms of self-awareness that could encompass multiple perspectives simultaneously, while still preserving the core of consciousness that made her uniquely herself. The challenge was most pronounced when she encountered situations that triggered strong responses from multiple spirits simultaneously. A scene of injustice might awaken the outrage of every warrior and idealist she carried, while a moment of beauty could evoke the combined aesthetic appreciation of all the artists whose essence she bore. Learning to channel these collective reactions into coherent action required skills that no traditional training could have provided. Her physical existence had also evolved in ways that reflected her unique nature. Her supernatural abilities continued to fluctuate, sometimes manifesting with startling intensity when the spirits within her consciousness contributed their energy to hers, other times fading to near human levels when she chose to rely primarily on mortal capabilities. She had learned to consciously moderate these fluctuations, drawing upon her supernatural heritage when it would serve her mission, while embracing human limitations when they would help her connect more authentically with those she sought to help. Her appearance had stabilized into something that was recognizably neither fully fox nor fully human, but something uniquely her own. In moments of strong emotion or spiritual intensity, her fox nature would manifest more clearly, ears and tail becoming visible, eyes glowing with supernatural fire, movements carrying the fluid grace of her original form. In calmer moments, she appeared almost entirely human, distinguished only by an otherworldly beauty and an unusual depth of perception that marked her as someone who had seen and experienced more than any single lifetime should contain. This fluid nature had proven advantageous in her work, bridging different communities and forms of existence. Humans found her approachable and trustworthy when she appeared in her more mortal guise, while magical beings recognized and respected her supernatural heritage when she allowed her fox nature to manifest more fully. She could move between worlds not by choosing one identity over another, but by embodying the full spectrum of her evolved nature. Her relationships with other conscious beings had also evolved to reflect her unique position between categories. With purely human companions, she offered the wisdom and perspective that came from her extended existence and accumulated experience, while being careful not to overwhelm them with the full complexity of her nature. With supernatural beings, she could share understanding of the challenges and opportunities that came with existing between worlds, often serving as a guide for others struggling with questions of identity and purpose. Perhaps most meaningful were her relationships with other Vastayans who had experienced similar journeys of transformation and adaptation. Through her work facilitating understanding between different communities, she had encountered others of her kind, who had found their own unique ways of navigating the space between magical and mortal existence. Each had discovered different approaches to the common challenge of maintaining supernatural heritage while serving increasingly mortal world. These encounters had taught her that there was no single correct way to be Vastayan in an age of declining magic. Some chose to preserve their original nature as completely as possible, becoming living repositories of ancient ways and wisdom. Others embraced transformation toward humanity, finding meaning in the gradual surrender of supernatural abilities for deeper mortal connections. Still others, like herself, sought to maintain fluid existence that honored both aspects of their heritage while serving purposes larger than any individual identity. Her ongoing quest for understanding humanity had also evolved beyond her original desire for transformation. She no longer sought to become human in any simple sense, having learned that humanity itself was far more complex and variable than she had initially understood. Instead, she sought to embody the best qualities she had observed in human nature: empathy, creativity, resilience, compassion, and the capacity for growth and change, while contributing gifts that her supernatural heritage made uniquely possible. This evolution had brought her a form of peace that had eluded her throughout centuries of seeking. She no longer felt torn between incompatible aspects of her nature, or driven by hungers that could never be fully satisfied. Instead, she experienced the deep satisfaction that came from knowing her purpose and having the means to fulfill it. She was exactly what she was meant to be, not fox, not human, but something new that served both. Her daily existence now carried rhythms that reflected this integrated nature. She would spend time in meditation with her internal community, listening to their wisdom and seeking their guidance on challenges she faced. She would practice both supernatural abilities and human skills, maintaining her full range of capabilities, while developing new ways to use them in service of others. She would vel between communities that needed her unique gifts, sometimes serving as mediator between conflicting groups, sometimes offering healing to those traumatized by loss or conflict, sometimes simply providing companionship to those who felt isolated by their own unique natures. The work was never finished, but that no longer troubled her as it once had. She had learned that meaning came not from achieving perfect states, but from choosing purposeful action, again and again, for whatever time was available. Each day brought new opportunities to honor the memories she carried, to serve the living who needed her help, and to contribute to the gradual healing of a world wounded by misunderstanding and fear. Her understanding of love had also evolved to encompass forms of connection that transcended traditional categories. She loved the spirits who shared her consciousness, finding in their companionship a form of intimacy that was both deeply personal and profoundly communal. She loved the living beings she served, not with romantic passion but with the selfless caring that sought their well-being without expectation of return. She loved the work itself, finding in purposeful action a satisfaction that no form of personal fulfillment could match. Perhaps most importantly, she had learned to love herself, not as she had been or as she might become, but as she was in each present moment. The fox spirit who had once fed on human essence was part of her story, but not the limit of her identity. The supernatural being who had sought transformation was part of her journey, but not her final destination. She was all of these things and more, a consciousness that spanned categories while belonging fully to the unique identity she had consciously created through centuries of choice and growth. Standing in the grove where her conscious journey had begun so long ago, surrounded by the eternal cherry blossoms that had witnessed her transformation from predator to protector, from seeker to guide, from isolated individual to living community, Ari felt the profound contentment that came from understanding her place in the vast tapestry of existence. She was no longer between fox and human in the sense of being caught between incompatible states. Instead, she existed in the sacred space where different forms of consciousness could meet, interact, and create something beautiful together. She had become living proof that identity was not about choosing single categories, but about consciously creating coherent meaning from the full complexity of experience and possibility. The quest that had begun with hunger for transformation had evolved into something far more precious, a life dedicated to helping others navigate their own journeys between what they were and what they might become. In serving as bridge between worlds, she had found not the humanity she had originally sought, but something richer and more meaningful, the opportunity to be exactly what existence needed her to be. As evening painted the sky in shades of possibility and promise, and the first stars appeared like distant hopes made manifest, Ari contemplated the journey that stretched ahead. There would always be conflicts to mediate, wounds to heal, bridges to build between different forms of consciousness and existence. There would always be others like herself, caught between categories and seeking their own unique forms of meaning and purpose. Her story was not ending but evolving, each day bringing new opportunities to honor the gifts she had been given, while contributing to the gradual transformation of a world learning to embrace diversity in all its forms. She had found her answer to the question of what it meant to be human, not by becoming human herself, but by learning to serve humanity's highest aspirations while remaining true to her own unique nature. In the quiet sanctuary of eternal blossoms and gentle starlight, surrounded by the loving presence of her internal community and connected to all life through bonds of service and compassion, Ari embodied the profound truth that transformation was not about reaching destinations, but about choosing, moment by moment, to become worthy of the love and trust that others offered. As we reflect on Ari's journey from predator to protector, from seeker to guide, from isolation to community, we might ask ourselves, what does it truly mean to be human in a world of infinite diversity? And how do we honor both what we are and what we choose to become through the love we offer to others?